all right. Because we said but that's all right. Because we said even before this happened. And we're going to say it after this, and after I'm locked up, and after everybody's locked up, that you can jail revolutionaries, but you can't jail a revolution. Right. You might run a liberator like Eric Cleave out the country, but you can't run liberation out the country. You might murder a freedom fighter like Bobby Hutton, but you can't murder freedom fighting. And if you do, you come up with answers that don't answer, explanations that don't explain. You come up with conclusions that don't conclude. And you come up with people that you thought should be acting like pigs, that's acting like people and moving on pigs. And that's what we've got to do. So we're going to see about Bobby, regardless of what these people think we should do. Because school is not important and work is not important. Nothing's more important than stopping fascism because fascism will stop us all.
Hello, my friends and family. Welcome back. We are live for part two of the Anti-Imperialist Summit, and I am joined with my wonderful, amazing co-host, Zoya is Love. Zoya is Life. How you doing, my friend?
Awesome. So happy this summit is happening and honored to join such amazing guests. And you guys, thank you, RBN, for putting this on. And thank you, Danny and Aaron, for joining us.
And if you guys are watching the replay of this, but you didn't check out the last hour of part one, make sure you go back and watch that. You have to, because we brought back Aaron for this panel because he was helping us out when it comes to the history of the CIA. And he has a lot to say on this topic because the core of this topic, we're going to be talking about the new Cold War. I shouldn't even call it new Cold War. That's kind of a habit. Aaron has an argument that this has always been going on. So welcome back, Aaron. And we also have a friend of the show, Danny Haiphong, co-host of Left Lens as well. Make sure you guys check his channel out. He does a lot of great stuff over there as well. Welcome, Danny. And I actually want to get started with Danny, and then we go Aaron and then Zoya, because I've been covering this new tension between the U.S. and China, and now you got new chess pieces, new developments that are happening almost every day. And now with the Russia Ukraine, you have the Western oligarchs that are taking advantage of that in order to push their ideology of full spectrum dominance. So I want to ask you to speak on that. Like, what are your thoughts about the U.S. strategy and this new Cold War that is developing? If you want to speak on it as an introduction, let's start with Danny, and then we go Aaron, and then Zoya can add anything she wants after that. So go ahead, Danny.
Well, sure. It's a big question. And you mentioned that Aaron had an argument that this has kind of always been going on and that there is this historical continuity. And I would think that's correct. You know, this new Cold War on China is not really that new when you consider that China has really been in the crosshairs of the United States since 1949, since the Chinese Revolution. And even before that, when China was in this a period of flux where it was deciding which path to go on during its independence struggle if from Japanese fascists, from the imperialist world order during the early to mid 20th century. So this has been ongoing. There's been a lot of fluctuations in US China relations over the past 100 years. But really, what many people at least pay attention to was how for decades, the US and China had a close economic relationship. And that allowed for China to, for example, enter the World Trade Organization. A few decades before that, in 1971, was finally able to shake off sanctions, normalize relations with the United States, and enter the oh sorry there's some oh okay and enter the United Nations as the rightful and recognized China, because for many decades, for 2+ decades, the United States did not even recognize mainland China as China, and prevented the People's Republic of China from being able to participate in the United Nations. Actually, it was the Republic of China located in Taiwan, which from 1949 to 1971 was considered quote unquote China. And that has a lot to do with the current tensions that exist between China and Taiwan, and the US's use of Taiwan as a proxy in its overall warmongering against China. So this has been going on for a long time. And over the past several years, the United States has ratcheted up these tensions ever since it's been really a decade. The Obama administration declared a pivot to Asia. It was really Hillary Clinton that was almost the brainchild of this move to, one, try to economically contain China through free trade agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and then two, weaken China by trying to mobilize the entirety of the Asia Pacific through military encirclement and through political and economic sabotage in order to isolate and then ultimately, and I think this is really the agenda, to overthrow the government in China. The United States will never say that's what we want to do, but everything points in that direction, that there is a coordinated campaign on all levels, economic, diplomatic, political, military, to weaken the Chinese government so that it in effect cannot govern. Now, the new Cold War has not been very effective in so many respects. For one, the United States doesn't really have much leverage economically. It is very close to China, and any kind of major shift in that regard will cause an economic crisis in the United States. So even Donald Trump's, for example, his quote unquote trade war had massive ramifications. Corporations lost billions in profits, and actually ordinary people in the United States were hurt quite badly from the so-called trade war. The same goes in the area of technology. China is now entering this realm of being one of the most advanced countries, if not the most advanced in certain areas like 5G technology, etc. The United States' economic war, sanctioning Huawei, for example, which leads the world really in 5G technology and its development. By sanctioning Huawei, the United States actually cuts itself off from being able to develop this kind of technology. And we've seen that US monopolies don't want to, because it takes a lot of investment, which means money, which means profits. So, which means profits get hit. So really, the United States' new Cold War is very counterproductive. It's very dangerous, because the more that the US, especially on the military realm, ratchets up tensions with China, the more likely, similar to Russia, the United States ends up creating a sort of nuclear winter scenario, where the only option that the United States has at a certain stage will be to pull the trigger on some area of this new Cold War militarily. And that's very dangerous. And so in recent months, you've seen things like AUKUS, the United States leading a military alliance, sort of like an Asian NATO, by getting together Australia, the UK, and of course the US in a military alliance, the Quad, right? India, Japan, Australia, and the United States coming together to sort of configure a military alliance in its own right. And then the great John Pilger talks a lot about this overall military encirclement of China, which includes hundreds of U.S. military bases, hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops, 60% of all naval assets stationed right in the Asia Pacific, pointing their guns toward China. And that has only escalated during the Obama-Trump Biden years, especially at this flashpoint of Taiwan, where billions of U.S. dollars in military weaponry and aid go to that island in order to sort of foment a conflict between China and Taiwan. And then there's a propaganda war. So there's so many elements to this. The propaganda war, right? Hong Kong, Xinjiang. We could go into it. You could write many books about this. But the point is that it's an all-encompassing war. It's a total war. It's a hybrid war. And it's called the New Cold War, I think, just to distinguish this moment from history. But we cannot really disconnect the Cold War and everything that's happened since the Cold War from what's going on today.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up propaganda because I was actually going to ask you guys about that. So we're going to save that as a whole nother segment because the propaganda I have seen, the pro-war propaganda, especially the harsh anti-China propaganda that we're hit with all the time. And then you have liberals that ask, why do you have this rising Asian hate? Why is there this rising xenophobia? That's because you have that plastered all over the Washington Post and New York Times in a lot of subtle ways that I started noticing them more once it would point out how they would do it. And I see it all the time, like the little subtle jabs they would throw. I want to get Aaron in here, and I want to get his thoughts on the new Cold War. You can add to anything you heard from Danny. What is your take on the current situation, like the strategy of the West? Are they successful? Is it a smart move? And what do you think like the impacts of that's going to be? So it's a pretty broad question, but I want to pass it to you, Aaron.
Well, I think that Danny pointed out a lot of the important factors on the immediate situation and in recent history regarding this new power configuration of the U.S., especially against China, but then against this Russia and China bloc. I think that understanding the original Cold War is also very important because it's typically misunderstood because we are so propagandized in the United States. There was really no reason for the Cold War to take place in the first place. Russia had just lost 27 million people fighting the Nazis, and they weren't spoiling for a fight at all. They would hope to have better relations with the U.S., and there were forces in the U.S., like Roosevelt, although he was dead, that had hoped, and his former Vice President Henry Wallace, who had wanted a more cooperative approach to U.S. foreign relations, but they did not win out. These corporate pro-imperial forces won out. And they ran into problems after World War II in that the economy was dependent upon massive government spending to avoid another depression. And some of these key U.S. industries, like the aerospace industry, were in major trouble in 1948. And so they ginned up a war scare. There's a book on this called Harry Truman and the War Scare in 1948 by a good diplomatic historian. And it goes about to show how the powers that be, people in power around Harry Truman, people like James Forrestal, they ginned up this paranoia about war in order to save the aerospace industry, which was also backed by Chase Manhattan, the Rockefeller Bank. So it was really connected to the heart of American capitalism. And they used war and the sort of beginnings of what we would call the military-industrial complex to do this. But it gets worse because you still have this issue of how are you going to control trade with the U.S. as the global center of gravity and trade capital flows going across the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. And if they allowed Europe just to go on its way, they would eventually start doing business with Russia, sort of like we see today, the way that they buy more raw materials and fuel from Russia. And if they were neutral, they would just sort of veer out of the pro-American camp, and it wouldn't be the world order that the U.S. wanted. And so an internal policy document, planning document, NSC 68, arises to deal with this dollar gap. And the decision is made that you're going to have massive military spending and a ratcheted up Cold War that cements trade relations such that Western Europe is really in bed with the U.S. And then on East Asia, our allies are also staunchly anti-communist and not trading with Russia. So South Korea, the South Korea part becomes relevant because how do you get this massive rearmament of the U.S. Through Congress and so on? And the Korean War kind of plays that role. And that establishes the creation of the military-industrial complex, this militarized economy, capitalist economy, over which the U.S. reigns hegemonic. And that was providing order and stability to U.S. hegemony after World War II is really the origin of the Cold War and the military-industrial complex. The Russians were in no position to threaten the U.S., and American policymakers knew this, but they needed the Cold War to create the world that they wanted. And so the Cold War plays out. I don't want to go into all the details there, but eventually when the Cold War ends, you have really the U.S. treating it as though it's still ongoing. They promised the Russians, we're not going to move NATO 1 inch to the east if you allow Germany to be reunified, but they do. They go into East Germany, and Germany joins NATO. NATO keeps going all the way up to Russia's doorstep. And additionally, in these places that were formerly the Soviet sphere of influence, this is why I say the Cold War never really ends, you have all of these operations that are done covertly, beginning right at the end of the Soviet Union. 1991, there's a coup in Azerbaijan involving Al-Qaeda types because they'd been redirected after Afghanistan and the fall of the Soviet Union. These jihadi networks are used all throughout the 90s in the former Soviet sphere of influence, like Azerbaijan in 1991 flips that oil-rich country over to the U.S. orbit. Bosnia in 1994, you have the blind sheikh who would later go on to be in a U.S. prison and try to bomb the World Trade Center the first time. He was involved in that. Kosovo, the war in 1998, 1999, a NATO war breaking up Yugoslavia, former Soviet allied but neutral socialist country. They break it up. And on that side, the U.S. intervenes, humanitarian intervention. But on the U.S. side in Kosovo, you have the KLA, which is essentially a mafia organization involved in drug trafficking, organ trafficking, human trafficking, weapons trafficking. And you additionally have Al-Qaeda, a contingency there. And the one that is allied with our proxies, the KLA, against the Serbians, the KLA Al-Qaeda contingency is led by Mohammed al-Zawahiri in 1998, 1999, who was the brother of the Al-Qaeda number one, a year before 9/11, 2 years before 9/11. They tried to use Al-Qaeda to assassinate Gaddafi in like 1997, killed a couple innocent bystanders. I mean, the U.S. was involved in all these operations up to the war on terror, which was really, so all these things in the 90s, which is when the Cold War was supposedly over, the U.S. is running all these operations to just control the energy heartlands of the world and the former Soviet Union, really as though they were still at war with Russia. And when Russia it becomes part of the West, they really wreck Russia. They essentially loot it with financial methods to privatize and loot the Russian economy. And it devastates Russian life expectancy and society and so on all throughout the 90s. When this happens, they steal an election to get Yeltsin reelected. And that takes you about up to the end of to 9/11. The U.S. goes even further, goes into Afghanistan, launches the Iraq War, which had been a quasi-client state of the Soviet Union. They were, at least Iraq had been friendly with the Soviet Union at some points, but it's an attempt to hold over, take control of the energy heartlands. The global war on terror is a way to do this, but it kind of fizzles. So then under Obama, you get the 9/11 wars are kind of a disaster under Bush. And then you have what I call the Arab Spring Wars under Obama, where amazingly, we start using Al-Qaeda again as our frenemies in Libya. You know, they take Gaddafi and sodomize him after we drone him, and then they put it on TikTok or whatever, and people get to see Gaddafi getting killed and Hillary Clinton's making jokes about it. And then you have this huge operation in Syria, which is really jihadi incorporated, funded with some Libyan weapons and funding from the Saudis and our other allies in the Middle East. And only because Russia intervenes does the Syrian government not get overthrown. You also have the operation in Ukraine 2014 to make that into a U.S. client state. So the U.S. never stops trying to get control over the former Soviet Union sphere of influence. And it is this business with Ukraine today, I think, it has to be seen as a continuation of that. And Russia is to the point that they said that they're not going to tolerate this threat to its security anymore, whether you think that the war should have been fought or whether they should have tried more diplomatic means. I mean, when you look at it in the long run, the U.S. has been wrecking Russia and weakening Russia and attacking Russia and threatening Russia through the end of the Cold War, devastated Russia after the Soviet Union collapsed, and has been doing this stuff since in different ways. And people
will call Donald Trump a Putin puppet, but I covered this on my small YouTube channel at the time. Donald Trump authorized and gave CIA the power to launch cyber attacks into Russian infrastructure. It was one of those things that immediately debunked anyone who pushed Russiagate or in the idea, like, why, if you're a Putin puppet, will you be launching CIA cyber attacks on the infrastructure, for example? But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Aaron. I want you to finish your thought. And then and then Dan can chime in, and then I want to get Zoya in here as well after that. So sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
Well, the U.S. there was a Sino-Soviet split in the 50s that the U.S. tried to take advantage of and brought the Chinese over to the like capitalist economic bloc, even if they still remained, communist, but ruled by a communist party. So this was considered a great geopolitical victory for the U.S. But because the U.S. has been so belligerent towards trying to keep these countries weak and servile in perpetuity, the U.S. has brought these two countries together, totally reversed the Sino-Soviet split, and now Russia and China are pretty much inseparable. And I think that the tide of history has turned against the United States, and the system that they've built is kind of teetering. It's maybe more precarious than we realize. And the efforts to hold on to it with this war in Ukraine by the U.S., they risk nuclear war for us. And so we really should think, why have we been doing all of these things? What's it all about? And if you hope that more people recognize that that's really been about global hegemony, empire, for decade after decade since the end of World War II. And these things cannot be viewed in isolation, and people can't allow themselves to be stupefied by the propaganda matrix that they force us to exist in. Because it's
I was watching, and I'll only do this just so I can see what the enemy is saying, right? So I was watching MSNBC's coverage on Ukraine, Russia, and when they was talking about it, they was ignoring all historical analysis, like you guys have shared, and like Zoya will add here soon. And I remember one segment in particular, they were just pretending that like Putin just snapped one day. Like, oh, he just snapped. He's a madman. Russia had no geopolitical reasons to be doing it, despite that this is a conflict that was started by the U.S. and it was arming hostile forces that was ethnically cleansing Russian and banning their language. So I actually want to take the time to get Zoya in here, and then we get Danny right back in here, because Zoya grew up in the USSR, and Aaron kind of gave us a background to the Cold War. And I remember one quote that Zoya said on our show one time when you said that the fall of the USSR was one of the biggest tragedies. So I would love to set you up with that. If you want to discuss, just based on your personal experience growing up in the USSR, if you want to add to that, Zoya. So anything you want to add to the conversation, go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's so amazing to have such informed guests on, because they really cover every facet of global affairs and tie everything in together so poignantly. It also doesn't leave me with that much to add because they covered so much of it already. Of course, I will never forget America for engineering the collapse of the Soviet Union. I think that it is the correct position that the Cold War has never ended. Barack Obama, the first American president to pledge nuclear disarmament, actually reneged on his promise and committed a projected $1 trillion over 3 decades towards revitalizing America's nuclear weapons. This manufactured threat has been used to justify draconian measures around the world. So the Cold War never ended, nor did it maintain peace. And the Cold War was never cold for those who experienced the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the many other conflicts around the world, especially in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In the Third World, the Cold War was fought in actual combat with millions of lost lives, the vast majority civilian. And the Cold War has yet to end in Korea. August 15th is the anniversary of Korea's liberation from Japanese colonial occupation, but also its simultaneous division. The Korean Peninsula has remained divided since the Americans and the Soviets partitioned it in 1945, with almost 30,000 American troops still stationed in South Korea. So while pundits harp about a lack of good options, it wasn't so long ago that citizens across the Cold War divide called for peace and disarmament in unison. British social historian E.P. Thompson pointedly asked whose needs the Cold War served and whether it was necessary. In a lecture he delivered in 1981, Thompson asked us to think beyond the Cold War to a world where peace and freedom made common cause. Peace activists during the Cold War were lumped in together with the Soviet peace offensive and branded naive at best or dupes at worst. replicated today against those who seek peace with North Korea, blaming appeasement and failure of diplomacy to stop Hitler in World War II while forgetting that World War I was the result of increased militarization and lack of diplomacy. The goal of peace was equated with appeasement and forsaken in the name of protecting freedom and the American way of life. Thompson concluded that the Cold War was an addiction, a habit supported by very powerful material interests in each bloc, from the military-industrial complex to intelligence and national security agencies and the politicians they serve. United States engaged in a literal scorched earth campaign of incendiary bombing that exhausted all targets. Despite American introduction of nuclear weapons into South Korea in 1958 in violation of the 1953 Armistice Agreement, North Korea began developing its own nuclear weapons in earnest only in the 1990s. And I was planning to mention that before we started touching on Ukraine and Russia, but I actually used in my research articles from 2017 that had the same headlines, The New Cold War. There's a need that's manufactured by the media that keeps the American public constantly afraid. And it gets people to sacrifice their basic needs and rights for the promise of security. And this fear-based propaganda is what leads so many to endorse unthinkable actions across the world that actually kill millions, while we here don't face anything on our soil. So I think one of the most dangerous things is propaganda and these mainstream narratives, which is why I'm incredibly grateful for this network debunking them. And especially nowadays when we're seeing so much censorship. Like you saw, our stream was pulled down, Nick, the last two times.
When we were covering Ukraine, Russia, 2 of our streams in a row. two nights in a row, it was pulled. So yeah, that's why we trying to form this media community so we can have each other's back. They was messing with Danny. They were banning people from PayPal. I saw Mint Press was banned from PayPal. Caleb Maupin was banned from PayPal. Pretty much anyone who tells the truth, they are uniting and purging these people. I want to get Danny in here. It seems like you want to chime in. You can speak on anything that Zoya and them said, but also want to set you up with this because Zoya mentioned how they managed to convince people to lower their quality of life in order to fight the wars that only benefit the ruling class. So global military spending for the first time hit $2 trillion. Raytheon and Boeing is making record profits. And all this dark money that's been funneled to Ukraine, all these weapons, God knows where that's gonna go, right? So I want to pass it to you, Danny. Like you can chime in on this as well. Do you see the West having a coherent strategy going against Russia because the ruble at all time high, China economy is growing? Do you see them as having a coherent strategy? What do you see like in the long term of the Ukraine Russia crisis? I want to pass it to you, Danny, so you can add to that.
Yeah, well, there are a few points, and I think the points I wanted to make from what was said earlier from Aaron and Zoya to this question that you posed, I think they're very connected. So, in terms of a coherent strategy, I mean, I think it's important to look at how, like, what stage was imperialism in during the beginning of the first Cold War, and what has changed? Because I think Aaron brought up a lot of good points about economics. What has changed since then? What has changed now? Like, what is different now than 1945 when the U.S. came out of World War II, said it was the superpower, that it helped lead the establishment of Bretton Woods, and essentially 1945 was the period where you could say that, if you want to go in Marxist terms, Leninist terms, imperialism was really at its most advanced up until that point, right? It was the banks had consolidated to an unprecedented amount. The military-industrial complex was really a byproduct of this extreme consolidation of finance in the big banks, and that allowed this consolidation economically, allowed the United States to really turn Europe and then Europe's former colonies into junior partners, right? And that gave the U.S. an incredible geopolitical advantage, and as well as an economic advantage as it prepared for, because it was already preparing for the Cold War against the Soviet Union during World War II. It was navigating the Second World War in that manner, used the atomic bomb on Japan as a warning to the Soviet Union of what the United States could do militarily. And so as the United States developed over the course from 1945 onward, as Zoya said, right, hot wars abound, this extreme investment in militarism and this just plundering of the planet. But imperialism always becomes outstretched and is riddled by crises. So really by the late 70s, the United States is in a different position economically. It is starting to enter this period of decline. And the new Cold War is really about decline. That's what we have to remember. The difference between the Cold War and the new Cold War, one of the major ones, is that the United States is in a much different position as an imperialist power. And that can be no more seen than today, where the United States is shrinking economically, right? It is losing ground economically, just generally, and of course to China. And the United States has less and less capacity to maintain its hegemony without this massive military spending and exploitation of conflicts that it helped precipitate, like Ukraine, like what's going on in Ukraine, in order to try to regain some kind of advantage. But there is a lot of anarchy here because there really aren't many options for the United States to exercise. But there is an overall political agenda that I think needs to be discussed. And that is one of the central premises of imperialism is the eradication and elimination of any socialist alternative. That includes any socialist alternative within the imperialist countries. So you see an unprecedented censorship campaign now in the absence of a mass socialist movement. So you have censorship against people like us. You have censorship against independent journalists, activists, anyone who challenges pro-war narratives. You have an intense amount of censorship. And that's because of this extreme state of decline that the United States has entered, a crisis of legitimacy. But you saw this during the Cold War when there were mass movements, when there was a stronger Communist Party nearly everywhere in the world, but even in the United States, when you had organizations, you played Fred Hampton before this, when you had revolutionary organizations and the Black movement and the indigenous movement, etc., there was an intense campaign of oppression because the Cold War and imperialism is all about eliminating the alternative, and that includes abroad as well. And so Russia and China, even though Russia is in its post-Soviet period, there is still a fear that, and this was part of the Wolfowitz, there's still a fear that any kind of competition from Russia, right, any kind of ability to become stable is a threat. So it must be carved up, kind of like what Aaron said, with Yugoslavia, right? It has to be carved up into pieces. And that's been the geopolitical aim of the United States since the fall of the Soviet Union. And with China, there's a very similar aim. I think that strategists are a little more understanding about the real politic here, that China is very stable and its socialist economic base and its governance system gives it a lot of stability. It has a lot of public support. It's really difficult to imagine the United States being able to do anything short of dropping nuclear weapons in and around China to change the current political situation in that country. But nonetheless, this aim is still the same. The aim will not change. The aim is socialism is a threat, no matter what form it takes, no matter how much, as Aaron said, China wants to be a partner of the United States. It does not want conflict, similar to how the Soviet Union in the 1950s was coming out of devastation, did not want conflict. China was the same way. China in 1949 was not in good shape. China was very poor. Life expectancy was under 40 years of age. China wrote, Mao Zedong has many works where he said, we need to cooperate and be close to the capitalist nations in order to develop the country so that we can get out of this poverty. But of course, the imperialists did not allow it. So it's important to understand, I think, that the strategy, right, it may not have coherency, but there is a coherent political aim, despite the lack of tools at the disposal right now of U.S. imperialism itself. And I think that's an important thing to recognize as you see the U.S. just throwing money. I mean, $33 billion more dollars to Ukraine, just throwing weapons and money at Ukraine and saying, go at it. And they're really, there's like a real kind of sense of stagnation. I think the world is feeling it. I think people in the United States and Europe are feeling it in their pocketbooks and everywhere else. There is this sense of kind of chaos, and it's because the United States just the general trend is decline there, and there is a rising alternative around the world, and the United States can't really do anything short of the unthinkable in order to change the situation. And so that's kind of I think that's
I'm
kind of
glad
the march of history right now.
I'm glad you outlined it that way, because this is why, as well, I'm a socialist, or anyone who's anti-capitalist. This is why I think it's very important for us to study imperialism, for us to speak out against imperialism, because imperialism will always be a threat to socialism. Because when you look at socialism and socialist movements, they didn't inherently fail. They was attacked and they were crushed by capitalism, because capitalism is a system that it cannot allow other successful examples to be shown. And if there's a successful example like in China, and I'm gonna ask you about how China lifted people out of poverty here soon. Before I do that, because that's a long conversation, and that's one of the reasons I think this is one of the reasons. You can correct me if I'm wrong. This is one of the reasons why the United States is so hostile to China. There can't be another competing power. You kind of outlined that as well. But before we dive more into it, I do want to get Aaron's thought on this. The original topic was about strategy. Do you think the United States is even acting in good faith? I would argue they won't. But what is your take on the general strategy of the United States in terms of the new Cold War, their stance against Russia? You saw Danny brought up how the fact that Biden sent $33 billion to Ukraine. So I would love to get your thoughts on the situation, if you have anything else you want to add.
Yeah, if I could sort of redirect this in a way to
absolutely
what I think is an overarching issue that has roots in the past, but if you understand it, it makes today's sort of confused establishment seem a little more like you can at least grasp how insane they are. So at the end of World War II, the U.S. has most of the world's gold supply. They set up this new system, and it's like a gold standard, but based on the dollar. And because they've set up this militarized scheme to like control trade flows and such with the military industrial complex and so on, it stabilizes things the way they want, except that there's a constant drain on the U.S. gold supplies. By the time Kennedy gets to office, he wants to deal with this, and part of the way he wants to deal with this is by reducing U.S. military commitments overseas. So he sets up different things with the Federal Reserve and elements of the establishment who are more concerned about maintaining the stability of the system. So not your sort of what would become like the neoconservative elements that got us into Vietnam, but a sort of different kind of internationalist movements, some of them even kind of progressive to the extent that there were those elements, because there were people like Henry Wallace, and I think Kennedy represented this, but then there are your liberal internationalists like Rockefeller, and then there's your outright militarists who are into huge military spending and so on. Well, Kennedy gets assassinated, so plans to restrain the U.S. military spending go out the door. Johnson goes into Vietnam, reverses that monetary policy and the Vietnam policy, I'd argue, and the U.S. basically wrecks the Bretton Woods system with Vietnam War spending. They close the gold window. They spend so much money that they basically have to tell people like de Gaulle in France, who get all these dollars from U.S. war spending, no, the U.S. dollar is no longer as good as gold. And they have to finagle this new system. They do it partly by orchestrating oil crises and then having those oil producing countries only accept dollars. And that allows the U.S. to shift from the Bretton Woods era gold standard to the petrodollar treasury bill standard, which basically allows the U.S. the magical privilege of Rumpelstiltskin power in creating dollars. And it gets really stabilized in the 70s after the interest rates hikes under Volcker also are a part of this whole story. So by the time Reagan comes around, this new system of like dollar omnipotence is in place, everybody around the world has to accept the dollar, and the U.S. can run deficits as big as it wants. So I would say the U.S. ran into some turmoil in the 70s, but it all gets stabilized throughout the course of the 70s with some intrigues that are very interesting, like the fake oil crises, and Watergate also had something to do with the way that this played out, but that's a longer story. But under Reagan, it consolidates this dollar regime. And we're seeing today it's starting to break apart, and it has been the source of U.S. power overall. So if you look at the U.S. and our society, we don't rank first in education in different ways, or quality of life indicators or human development indexes, but the U.S. still is the most dominant power. And the military, combined with control over the institutions of the global economy and the ability of the dollar to be produced ad infinitum, is really the source of U.S. power. But this is starting to crumble, and it turns out that in the desire to stop an alternative emerging from Eurasia, the union of China and Russia, by encircling these countries and instigating this Ukraine crisis, the U.S. may be starting the process of seeing this whole thing unravel, because countries are looking at this and saying, this is not a good system. The U.S. can basically take all your money anytime they want and shut you out of these international systems. We need to find alternatives. And so the U.S. may be hastening this process of killing its golden goose just by virtue of its nonstop belligerence and abuse of its exorbitant privilege of holding the world's reserve currency. And so I don't understand why they did things the way that they did. I think that the people that you see, and you look at, and maybe it's just as straightforward as looking at Biden and Blinken. These guys don't seem particularly smart. And you wonder, are there very smart people who even have a good grasp on all of these things running this whole system? Or has the U.S. had so much power for so long that it's just corrupted all of its institutions and allowed mediocre people to rise to important positions? I mean, I can't really figure it out, because it's done secretly, opaquely, covertly, the real decision making. I can only speculate, but it does seem like there is a real shortage, of real poverty of even shrewd Machiavellian leadership at the top of the U.S. empire now. And I hope that it doesn't get us all blown up.
Isn't that the result that we see in long time in empire? And I'm not a super history buzz, but I do a little bit of reading here and there. When you look at long time dynasty like the Roman Empire, you look at all these empires, they eventually always get swallowed up into a bottle of nepotism. And then you look at how our society is set up, where you got Ivy League education, which is nothing special. It's literally just a collection of rich people who know each other, who have
Networking.
Yeah, that's literally what it is. The quality is not good. That's why most people who graduate from these places, a lot of these intellectuals, they are Zionists, right? They're not Zionists because that's the right position. They're Zionists because Ivy League education tend to brainwash them in that direction. That's why Dr. Cornel West was ultimately denied tenure, because he supported BDS in Palestine. So my point is, this upper class is usually indoctrinated and usually grown through nepotism, because you got Ivy League people whose sons, they go Ivy League education. They're not there because they're smart. They're there because their dad graduated from there. They would get a high level media job, not because they're a great reporter, not because they filled with a lot of knowledge. It's because their dad knew someone who knew someone at a newspaper. So after enough time, you see the decay of quality talent, right? And I want to use this time to transition this to Danny, because we have seen the difference between how China approaches their society and ours. But this is why the United States feel the need to attack them. While the United States bombs, while we have 800 military bases, China is building. You guys want to do a fun experiment? Explain to someone you know here in America what high-speed rail is. It's something I was learning about recently, because I live in Kansas City, in heart of America. Public transportation, horrible. Like, we got like one bus. Good luck like commuting using the bus stop here in Kansas City. It's trash. So when I explain to people like high-speed rail, and even the concept, someone who live in Kansas City in the heart of America my whole life, I still have a hard time understanding. Like, you just jump on this rail and you're way over there, and I'm like, what? So anyway, I want to use this time to pass to Danny. Like, how did China manage to accomplish all this stuff and kind of blow the United States out of the water in terms of economy in such a short time, considering the economic downturns they had in the 1900s as well? So I want to toss it to you, Danny, and especially since we got 15 minutes left, I want to make sure we definitely cover this part. So I would love for you to break this down, and we hopefully get Aaron and there as well on this as well. Go ahead, Danny.
Yeah. So, well, I think in simple terms, China has been able to develop the way it has, advance its infrastructure, and eliminate extreme poverty because it's not an imperialist country. So, and that may come as a surprise to some, but the fact of the matter is that China has, and I'll just give an example of the poverty alleviation program, has done something that no country that has a history and an experience with colonialism, underdevelopment, and neocolonialism has been able to do, which is eradicate extreme poverty as it's measured by the United Nations. And China actually measures extreme poverty a little differently than the United Nations, with benchmarks that are a bit more robust in terms of how to measure people's basic needs, the three assurances and the two guarantees of clothes, education, food, housing, etc. So how China has done this? Well, first, massive state spending. I mean, you've had 4 trillion or so RMB in the last several decades or so, just poured into infrastructure development, poured into rural revitalization. And because China is still a very rural country, most of the population still, I think it's still half and half, lives in the countryside. So there's been just a massive effort to connect the countryside to the cities, as well as to develop the kinds of technologies, the employment opportunities that are necessary to bring people from a state of subsistence level development, meaning that they are only able to essentially produce what they can eat and really sort of the old Marxist term of just reproducing yourself to be a laborer, right? To being able to have excess income and then be able to do things like own a home and be able to do things like get an education, that sort of thing, and build up skills and then go into the high tech sector, et cetera. And that's sort of been the development trajectory of China. And there's been a lot of state spending in this and a lot of involvement of the Communist Party in helping those who are most in need, those who were extremely poor, which was around 90 plus million people just 10 years ago. Help those folks who were in very rural areas, isolated in the countryside, in the most sort of devastating of conditions, right? Surrounded by things like mudslides and climate issues, etc., and be able to do things like resettle people into better housing, get them into places that are more fit for human life, give people things like free housing and subsidies to be able to then start their own businesses, right? That was a huge part of this. And it took millions of Communist Party members going to these areas, these remote areas, helping people figure out on a case-by-case basis what is best for them, how is it going to work, in league with this broader effort to, as you said, Nick, develop infrastructure like high-speed rail, which has really raised the standard of living in China to a point that now, right, per capita income is over 10,000. I think it's about $13,000 now in China. Still very small compared to the United States, but it continues to rise. China continues to meet economic benchmarks, and there's a really a great amount of confidence in China that life will continue to get better and that China will meet this overall benchmark of becoming a modern socialist country by 2050, meaning that people will not have to even think about something like poverty again, because there still is relative poverty, there still is inequality, and now that is being addressed. So things like corruption, right? The anti-corruption campaign has been huge in China. But I think the main thing here is that you had millions of Communist Party members really investing their livelihoods and their lives in the people. You had thousands of them die over this period just through the natural conditions being so hazardous. And then you had this massive investment in the public sector, in the people, in what people really need. So people need jobs, they need transportation, they need those things subsidized, healthcare. All of that was expanded over this period so that ordinary people could increase their standard of living. And it's one of the reasons why the United States is not happy, because the United States was perfectly happy when China was a low-wage country, when China was a country that could be super exploited. It was happy during the Sino-Soviet split to sort of drive a wedge between those two countries. But as China's standard of living has increased, as its ability to compete on the world market has increased on its own terms, right? Because US corporations can't just go into China and say we can do what we want. As China started to develop, as its technology became more advanced and started to surpass the United States, that's really when the United States did not a 180, so to speak, because the hostility was really always there. Even in the Clinton administration, even when there was the entrance of the World Trade Organization, a lot of strategists, a lot of these think tankers, there was still a lot of establishment types who were like, okay, we can cooperate now, but something's got to be done about that government, right? That has always been the mindset about China. And now there has been an escalation because, in part, things are improving in China, and it's done on China's own terms. And that's a very dangerous example with a country of 1.4 billion non-white people who live in a society that ascribes to socialism with Chinese characteristics. I mean, could there be a more nightmarish scenario for imperialism? I mean, like that. So we have to, I think, understand that because it's sort of just a general trend and a reality that's becoming more and more and more visible and harder to conceal. I think more people are starting to understand that yeah, China isn't this nightmarish place that the West says it is. And as the West continues to say, China's the worst. Look at China's COVID response. Look at China's economic situation. People start to look into it and say, well, actually, China's COVID response is better. China's ability to alleviate poverty and take care of people's needs is far better than what the United States is able to do, right? There's more and more understanding of that, I think, despite all of the propaganda. And unfortunately, the sort of general population, the population that I think the new Cold War kind of hits, those who are caught in the two-party system, those who are kind of going about their day-to-day lives, they're being propagandized to hate China in order to forward this very desperate policy of containment, this new Cold War, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to get Aaron in here. We got about 6 or 7 minutes before we start transitioning. I'm not trying to like rob Zoya of time, but I am pacing her because she will be back tonight and she'll be doing a few other streams with me today as well. So I want to get Aaron an opportunity to chime in before he wrap up, and maybe we can get to Zoya. But Zoya, we're gonna be back this evening because we're gonna have an activist panel. So I'm definitely pacing her. So let's go, Aaron, here, and maybe have time for Zoya at the end. Aaron, do you have anything you want to add to what Danny said regarding like? I framed it as like, do you see them being intimidated by any other alternatives to capitalism? And
Yeah.
I would love to get your thoughts on that.
They have tried to crush alternatives wherever they can. They've tried to crush governments, even in Western countries. People don't realize this. The U.S. actually overthrew the government of Australia in 1975 because they were looking into CIA operations, and they were going to look at the CIA's manipulation of labor unions. So they used a drug-corrupted bank, the Nugan Hand Bank, to like perpetrate some shenanigans. And eventually they had the Minister of Parliament, or this weird officer in Parliament who used to be connected to the OSS and CIA, basically just dissolve the Australian government on behalf of the British Crown, which nobody even really knew he had that power. And that was that. They got rid of this guy in Australia. So the U.S. has crushed alternatives everywhere. China, because of its sort of civilizational coherence, is not something that you can go and just wipe away. I mean, even when the Mongols conquered China many centuries ago, instead of them really conquering China, once they took it over, they became Sinicized, or Chineseified themselves, however you want to say it, and just became another Chinese dynasty. So the Chinese are the oldest civilization. You can say they're the world's greatest civilization, and it's not crazy to say that. There's a running joke of the Chinese being the world's greatest civilization who just had a tough couple of centuries because of Western imperialism. And I think that there's some truth to that. And you juxtapose that with the United States, where after the Cold War, it was a point of pride among Americans that we enjoyed this high standard of living. And you had in the 50s these kitchen debates between Khrushchev and Vice President Richard Nixon, where they're looking at, oh, Americans have washing machines and microwaves and vacuums, and this is the greatest place on earth, and your communist society will never be so awesome. But in the 70s, the establishment sort of took stock of like how tumultuous the 60s were, and these kind of revolutionary movements led by kind of middle-class students oftentimes, but other groups also like Black Panthers and Young Lords and so on. And this sort of terrified them. And you have this neoliberal turn where they make the decision that they're not really going to have this broad-based middle-class prosperity. And you can read things where they lament the crisis of democracy, in the Trilateral Commission, or the Powell Memo writes about these things. And they make the decision, I believe it's a conscious decision, to make life more precarious for Americans and not really to raise living standards and economic security, even though the U.S. enjoys, through the privilege of the dollar, the ability to actually provide enormous quality of life institutions if they wanted to, because they can run deficits as much as they want to provide healthcare, education, housing for everybody. They choose not to. So that's our system. Our system actually wants to stick it to the population as much as possible. China can actually point, the reason that most people like the Chinese government in China, Americans are told, oh, they're just propagandized so much that we're divided because we have like Twitter. And so there's no people getting along. They're always divisive and polarized. Well, look at what the government actually does. In the US, you've had a steady decline in living standards for the last few decades. And people act as though there's no way you could understand why this would be or change it, that it's like some sort of geological process, rather than we've just been getting screwed by economic elites over and over again. Whereas China, things are getting better. And that is something the US, no amount of propaganda can erase this fundamental disparity in the trajectory of these two societies. And our elites don't seem to have any interest in actually changing this. They won't even give us health care.
Right. And there's so much to discuss on this topic. There's one last thing I want to share. I think this wrapped us up perfectly, and I appreciate Zoya for sharing. So we can consider this Zoya's last word. She will be with us later today and on a few panels. So it's kind of a joke headline, but the CIA uncovers Chinese plot to just sit back and enjoy the collapse of the United States. So I mentioned it before, while we're building, overextending empire, sending $1 billion to Ukraine, China is building. So with that said, I appreciate you guys for joining me, Danny and Aaron. Aaron did a double shift, so thank you for joining us after your amazing presentation on the CIA. Now I'm gonna pop Sabby in here. Are you ready, Sabby? You good? Go. All right. So I'm gonna pop Sabby out in here. Make sure you guys check out Left Lens. I'm gonna give Danny a shout out on his YouTube channel. Check out Left Lens. Make sure you guys check out Aaron. Aaron, what's the name of your podcast again?
The American Exception Podcast on Patreon.
All right, absolutely. So since you guys didn't get a chance to promote your live stuff, so please make sure you subscribe to their YouTube channels and their podcasts as well. So thank you for joining us, Danny and Aaron. And then Zoya, we got another stream this evening, I believe, as well. So I will see you guys later tonight. I'm gonna pass it to Sabby. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys later.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
All right. It's that moment. It's that time. MCSC Network is coming on. We're going to talk about censorship of foreign policy. So let's bring everybody in.
Hi, fam.
Hey.
It's a party.
Who brought the chips?
Greetings. I want to give everyone a chance to introduce themselves, and then I want to get started because I know you guys got a lot to say. So I'll start with Misty.
I'm Misty. I don't know what else you want me to say. I have a show on TNT Radio. You can check out from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. I just wrapped it. My voice is a little scratchy, so don't mind that. But yeah, that's me. That's who I am.
Cool. Franco.
Yeah, I'm Franco, host a show called Frank Analysis on YouTube, Odyssey, and Rockfin. And I've covered the news. I go on the ground sometimes. I'm looking to do more of that this summer. And I hold a lot of panel discussions to get different perspectives on. I like to talk about, some solutions, different perspectives people have on ways we can go forward with everything that's going on in the world. It's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Steve and Pasta.
Yeah, Grandma Pasta and Stephen here. Stephen P, you know what I'm saying? Part of the combo couch, Fiorella Isabel, she's not here right now, but I also do a morning show with this guy, Anarchy in the Morning, AM Wake Up, we like to call it, and behind us we have the craziness on the Maidan 2014, right there, baby. See? Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and Jones can pitch our show.
There you go.
I'm Steve.
All right. Glory.
I'm Glory. I am on the ground and around, activist and co-host of the show that Steve founded, Slow News Day. Talk about everything, really. A lot of stuff pertaining to the environment, anti-imperialism, the surveillance state, the national security state, narrative management, Julian Assange, and yeah, a bunch of stuff, really.
Awesome. So I know you guys talk about foreign policy a lot. We have noticed there's been a great deal of censorship in reference to foreign policy if you're not using the talking points that mainstream media wants you to use. And I want to hear about some of your encounters with that as well. Feel free to jump in. I know you guys like to do it, rogue styles.
Should we go in order of who's been demonetized, the least amount or the longest amount?
Well, my shows have never been monetized, so that's not fair.
Okay, well then you start.
Okay. Well, I've never monetized any of my shows, but yeah, I mean, I've been pretty fortunate. Facts on the Ground has been censored several times, but I am now on TNT, and there is no censorship there, which is great. But I think Action for Assange obviously gets a lot of censorship, and more specifically shadow banning. It's really difficult for that channel to grow. I mean, it has Assange in the name, so they're not a big fan of ours. But yeah, I mean, I've personally been pretty fortunate as far as getting super messed with. So yeah. Franco?
Ooh. Yeah, it's been so long that I forget the reason why I got demonetized. But it was around the time in which we were talking about elections. It was like January. But I got demonetized around February. And I think it's the Combo Couch's fault. I'm just kidding. Because they're election integrity activists. I was talking about like the Rona stuff. I don't know exactly if it was because of the foreign policy talk, but ever since then, I definitely have seen that obstacle that is the being shadow banned. It's been whenever I gain subscribers, it's a really gradual growth. But I've noticed that not only my channel, but for some reason with the Russia-Ukraine stuff, I've seen a lot of channels have grown the more that they've talked about this. But then on Twitter, when they talk about it, such as people like Scott Ritter or Caleb Maupin or Manar, they get either censored on Twitter or kicked out, or they get their PayPal accounts locked, and they can't access their money, and they can't use it anymore. Have you guys noticed that too with the Ukraine Russia stuff? Has your channels grown for some reason with that? Is it to get us to talk more about that issue and have everybody focus on that and less on like the Rona stuff, since more people are starting to figure out?
I believe
about
so
that
in
stuff?
general. I think because it's war, there's such a stir around it that everybody's eyes are going to be at it, regardless of which side you're coming at it. Like, obviously, a lot of the bot traffic is going to go to the pro-Ukraine, off-Russia stuff, and then and then you're going to have a lot of, dissident voices and people that are kind of looking for an analysis of it on a deeper level, going to the other side, the alternate and independent media. But then there's also the people talking about what's happening besides the war in Ukraine, besides COVID, the stuff that's really getting missed, that's not growing for obvious reasons, because there's not that same stir and emotion that comes with something like war.
Yeah, I did notice Jackson Hinkle posted that I guess he was banned on YouTube for a couple of days because of one of those Russia-Ukraine videos, and then I guess he was able to appeal
That's not
it or something.
surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not surprising. I mean, they shut down an entire network to control the narrative.
Well, they suffocated
Yeah.
them. They didn't directly shut them down, but they made it impossible.
I mean,
for them.
considering who he's biting his analysis from, I'm not surprised.
That's fair.
Sorry, I couldn't.
Yeah, no, we knew you couldn't handle it. Sorry, gotcha.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm sure you. I know you think it's fair.
Well, it's tough, but it's fair, and that's why she's part of the crew.
So the Russia-Ukraine stuff, you guys think that it's because a lot of normies are looking for information on YouTube for it, and that's why there's more traffic there?
Yeah, war sells, and then that's the bottom line. Everybody starts tuning in to see what's going on. What are they going to do next? What's going to happen? You know what I'm saying? The ratings with the babies in the incubators is always high. It's just it's one of those things. So I do think it's like just about the fact that it is a war, and that's why people are tuning in more than anything. But I mean, this whole time, this step right now is the pretty much shutting out and smothering, like we talked about, of RT and Sputnik and those other channels. And today going after people like Caleb Maupin, taking away their PayPals, and shutting down also the dude from Mint Press. Was it
Alan
McLeod?
Alan R. McLeod.
He also got his account for PayPal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so did Minar. And I think
so did Minar Adley.
Russia's official PayPal got shut down too.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to point out that this is like 2.5 years after they took down Ryan Christian's PayPal. And Whitney Webb's PayPal.
Absolutely.
And their Patreon too.
Patreon.
Yeah.
That's when we got rid of ours. We posted like maybe a dozen videos on YouTube this year. For like all of 10 minutes till been demonetized since 2019.
Yeah.
I mean it's economic sanctions. It is.
It is. Yeah. It really affects a person. Can you imagine? I mean, like, I feel really bad for Caleb right now. I mean, that's a big source of his money right there, and they just use the boogeyman of the times as an excuse to censor and take down. Right now it's Russia, Ukraine. So now who are we going to take down? RT, all the other Sputnik, all the players involved.
And it'll be midterms, and they can slide the settings
right over there,
and they can focus.
Then they'll come back to us.
And I was shout out Extra Bula over on Warren, Uncle Warren. I was on his show last night, and I brought this up, how PayPal especially is notorious for this form of economic sanctions that they've been doing really the past couple years. There's several people who have troubles with this. I remember before I was ever in independent media, I would be sending super chats to people, and my messages would get withheld because I would mention Palestine or Syria or Julian Assange, or one time my account got flat out locked for like a day or so because I mentioned Cuba in my message, and they asked me to explain my use of the word Cuba in your super chat message, and I was like, oh, fuck off. But and also something that they were really notorious for was locking out WikiLeaks. That's where Payback came from. That's where a lot of this can really stem from. And just further tying it back to the topic of censorship and Julian Assange, this whole economy and superstructure of surveillance capitalism that really drives people to not focus on what's important.
So I think Glory and Steve and everybody else may know more about this, but should we talk about the significance of who owns PayPal and the history that they have with the military-industrial complex?
Oh, you mean Daddy Elon?
Oh,
Or
our savior. No, I was going to talk. We could talk about him in a little
free
bit.
speech, you guys.
Or Omidyar.
Peter Thiel and Pierre Omidyar.
Yeah. It's a couple of people.
And none of them are good.
Elon's been free of PayPal since like 2009, 8, something like that. It's been a while. But the Thiel group and the Omidyar group, are who you want to look at.
Yeah, and Thiel is what, Rumble guy. Omidyar, what, funded the Young Turks. These are supposed to be.
I forgot about
the Intercept.
Yeah,
I forgot about Thiel being a part of Rumble.
Well,
but
Also, and I think he's got a little bit of his claws in the Substack sphere. Thiel is also the guy who has all of the NHS's health data. He's got all of the US's health data. He's got all of Australia's health data. He's got all of New Zealand's health data.
Wow.
I thought he was going to get to the point where Peter Thiel was also one of the founders of Palantir.
I did say that too, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Which is one of the pioneers of predictive policing algorithms. And like Steve said, they've got all our health data thanks to a contract from none other than Donald Trump and Operation Warp Speed.
Peter Thiel's also Carbine 911, which is the tech that went to ICE. Peter Thiel is also connected to like everyone in the Weinstein universe, because the Dark Horse podcast Weinstein, his brother is Peter Thiel's money guy. And then Pierre Omidyar is
Intercept, right?
Intercept, Color Revolutions, eBay, all kinds
TYT.
of
The first
did
one.
he donate to TYT?
Huh?
I was asking, did he donate to TYT?
Oh, Omidyar was the first one before the Katzenberg check. He was the first $1 million check.
You
What
guys
would be
know
the next?
about
That's the question.
You guys know Omidyar's feelings of whistleblowers, right? And how he likened them to thieves. And he is the owner of the Intercept. And what is the Intercept's track record
Not good.
with whistleblowers?
It's
not good at
shit.
all. If you are a whistleblower, this is my regular PSA. If you are a whistleblower, stay the fuck away from the Intercept.
Don't
Stay
leak
the
the
entire fuck
Intercept.
away.
And he's a
Don't leak
weird
the
dude,
Intercept.
man. Like, that guy is weird. Like, Alex Rubenstein wrote a little piece on him. Dude is weird, man.
I asked sorry, Savvy, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, what are some of the issues besides like Russia, Ukraine? What countries do you feel you have the most difficulty with when it comes to censorship? Because I know you guys have traveled. Some of you've been in Nicaragua, Peru.
Are we on YouTube before we answer this question?
We are on YouTube, Pasta.
We are talking to everybody who gets demonetized here.
Yes. Yeah. I think Sabby knew what she was getting into when she invited us. It's not like it's a secret.
We're not allowed out of this room. We all have to play together. We can't play with anybody else.
Well, because for people,
She knows who the MCSC network is. Like,
yeah, for people who may not realize, everyone's not affected. Like some of the larger channels, they don't have to deal with this. They can talk. We can talk about the exact same countries in the same conflict and have the same talking points, but they won't be affected. But the smaller channels will.
Because it's bad for their PR game, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Too many people will find out when a big channel gets taken down. It's like, oh, snap.
There's a preferential algorithm, too.
Yes.
YouTube picks winners and losers, just like Wall Street picks winners and losers.
Yeah.
Just like the Fed picks winners and losers, because they're all the government and they're all freaking crooked.
Yeah. But I also think there's an element of like when they go after people, because when we all got demonetized, Franco, Nico, us on that day, Graham Elwood and stuff.
That was right after AOC sent her little army.
Oh, yeah. That's what it was.
I forgot about that. The letter.
Yeah.
Go snitch.
Yeah.
These people are mean to me.
Yeah, and also to answer Savvy's question, I mean, Pasta can talk at length about the issues with reporting in Nicaragua, but also I think Palestine's a huge one.
By far.
This one is very much tied in with foreign policy, sort of, kind of. It's all intertwined when you think of like global human trafficking, but the crisis with missing, murdered indigenous women Haiti is a big one that's heavily shadow banned that I've noticed. I've been following the protests there that have been happening right around the same time as the war in Ukraine escalated at the beginning of this year, and that is heavily shadow banned. There's
Anytime
a lot
you
of
talk
stuff
about the digital recolonization of Africa, the
yeah.
up of Africom, all of the destabilization campaigns that have gone on throughout, the last, since they launched it in 2012. That gets hammered. Talking about Yemen gets hammered.
Yeah. Syria still.
Syria.
Yeah.
Still.
I don't think I mentioned
They
Syria.
hit you with the Assad shit.
Back when Trump was openly cooing Venezuela, you couldn't talk about that. You couldn't talk about that at all. There was only like 2 people on the ground at the freaking siege of the Venezuelan embassy as far as media went.
Yeah. It was all indie media trying to cover that stuff, Mint Press.
Yeah.
It's like almost they were getting back at Mint Press for that day and stuff as well. But I do also think that, the censorship does play a big part. But I also think that the ignorance of the United States citizen, the Americans, to not pay attention to foreign policy and get so consumed with the other stuff they put out there is also a very big issue. People, they don't think that what happens outside of their own country affects them. However, it affects them dearly.
Yeah.
Well,
and how
it don't tell them that foreign policy directly affects domestic policy. Their media bubble people don't tell them that foreign policy directly impacts domestic policy, and nobody tells them that in the controlled demolition of the empire, everything the empire does abroad, it does to its own people.
Yeah. And how exactly it affects them directly is because as they steal resources from these other countries, these people are empowering themselves. They're getting rich, and that gives them more power and influence to control our elections here at home, so that they can implement policies to oppress us here.
Franco, we'll coup who we want.
Deal with
it.
Can we talk about like our
experimentation too? I mean, USAID experimenting in like refugee centers throughout the area in Syria and also in the Caribbean and places like Haiti and Cité Soleil. I'm sorry, my French isn't good, so I'm gonna say that name wrong. But that's kind of a notorious site. All throughout the Horn of Africa, really, now that there's more special operations there. Boko Haram has increased activities around Nigeria, but also Cameroon and the Congo. So now that's going to lead to more attention there. And anywhere where there's a refugee center, unfortunately, there's going to be experimentation of especially surveillance tech these days, smart cities tech, but also, biological weapons, etc. So.
Yeah, I want to add Ethiopia is another big one that is often not. Someone's coming on tomorrow to talk about that, but that's another big one that they'll get you for. You still have to be kind of careful with Afghanistan. Just certain things that I've noticed. There's a question for you guys here though from a kid. He said, Sabby, would you kindly ask the panel to share their thoughts on how Joe Biden, Dem/GOP use our resources on war only to profit MIC, and 1% will only result in the downfall of the U.S. empire?
Well, for starters, it's a controlled demolition. It's not a downfall. You can't. I mean, I don't know how simpler to make it, and it's not the 1%. It's the 0.01%. You, ad kid, have more in common with someone making $5 million a year than you do with someone making $5 billion a year, $500 million a year. I was stuck in California for almost 2 decades. Just in 2019, right before lockdowns and all that stuff, 2019, the San Francisco Chronicle put out an article. Said if you made $146,000 a year, you were low income. And it's true.
Yeah.
You can go look that up right now. I'm sure you can go find that.
It's actually true in California. It's
and where I lived in Santa Cruz County, if you were making less than like 128 grand a year, you were considered low income. That's, you know, so to put into perspective, our resources, we didn't mine the steel to make the bombs. We don't even, you know, we might assemble some of them, maybe, but it's, you know, sure, our resources, because it's theft, they have to threaten you with violence to take money that you made so that they can go wage war with it, you know. But yeah, but we don't stand up to that theft because people think it goes for something else.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
and it's definitely not sustainable, which is why Steve points out that it's a controlled demolition taking place right now. Because, you know, you have all this nonsense where these people meet at Davos and Bloomberg and Milken Institute and other forums and say, hey, we need a reset. We need to change something. We need to implement stakeholder capitalism, because they clearly recognize that the system in and of itself right now isn't sustainable. So
Yeah. I think a lot of people also have this misconception that the people who are making all the decisions when it comes to our geopolitics and economic decisions are going to go down with the ship. They're not. They're just going to get off the ship and go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to crash with the empire. And that's why when you say it's a controlled demolition, they're just going to take all their assets and whatnot and go somewhere else. Like Steve has said before, they're going to move the capital away from DC and New York over to Beijing and Moscow eventually. That's where it's going. So the people who are making these decisions are not going down with the ship. We are, unless we do something about it.
or Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
I think everyone, well, a lot of people know about Tesla
I
uses
know.
resources like lithium and cobalt from the global
Oh,
south.
yeah.
But what is the connection with like Elon Musk's Starlink and how that's being used in the Russia-Ukraine situation right now? You guys know about that?
Drones.
Yeah.
Well,
I love how Franco's in panel mode now.
He is.
Always in panel mode. Even when I'm by myself, I'm in panel mode.
It's like, what do you know,
Franco's like asking himself
he'll be
questions.
talking with his wife, like, what do you guys think about this?
Say it, yeah.
It's the asymmetrical militarization of space. Essentially, that's what Starlink is. That's what SpaceX is. What Elon Musk did with the Starlink routers is he took the price of his crap router for his crap internet, because I had it
Yeah,
up in
Steve's a
Humboldt
victim
County.
of
I'm a
this.
victim.
You're a survivor.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Send flowers. He took his crap router for his crap internet. He tripled the price of it. He sold tens of thousands of them to the U.S. government, who then turned around and put them on some shipping containers or a C-130, offloaded them, where they promptly got stolen by the Russians or stolen by anybody else, because nobody can keep track of anything going into Ukraine because it's a goddamn war zone. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
And we're going to give these guys $33 billion.
More.
More.
Yeah.
Right.
But hey, this guy who has a contract with the Pentagon and who received help from our government to get to where he is going to save free speech.
He's gonna
on
save free
Twitter.
speech, you guys.
Yeah,
like
the richest man in the world owns your data now. He's going to give you back your unalienable rights, because your unalienable rights only come from one particular billionaire.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
that
never
brings me-
mentioned Julian
it's not like
Assange.
SpaceX has defense contracts or anything. No. They did that. They made it to space entirely privately. Come on, guys.
I don't know about you guys, but I completely trust a transhumanist billionaire.
Well, that makes me think too. I wanted to ask you guys about the global south. Like, how is it that some countries there, or just in other places as well, they are already, like, the people rose up and they fought back and they're electing socialist leaders. And for whatever reason, the idea of, well, a couple years ago, Bernie Sanders being a democratic socialist really scared some people here in the United States. But you have countries abroad that they are electing socialist leaders. And I want to get your opinion. I'm going to go to you, Pasta. I want to get your opinion about that. Like, why do you think that is? Why are they waking up to that?
I don't think it's so much about socialism as more as about anti-imperialism, right? You know what I'm saying? The imperialists have been in their backyards for God knows how long, and I think that they, and that's why you see a lot of these particular socialist leaders are strong leaders, though. Daniel Ortega is coming from the Sandinistas, and he's looked upon as a very strong person, willing to take on the U.S. empire and say Yankees go home. And when they have socialism, they also have a different form of socialism. From what I observed, it's completely economic, and it's not mixed in with the BS we have nowadays here in the United States, where it's all about the culture wars and whatnot, where people are kind of labeling it, who are like capitalists in this country, are labeling them as what do they call it, Marxist, socialist, what are they, cultural Marxism, and that's what they kind of like stamp on what socialism is, thinking it's like overall reaching power of authoritarian state coming on there and making decisions for you.
It's campus Marxism. It's Herbert Marcuse.
It's exactly what it is. It's not. It didn't come from Marx, right? So I mean,
yeah, it did. It came directly from Marx, especially the exterminate everyone who owns property and money.
Debatable, but debatable. But once again, getting back to what they're doing, they're electing people because they want to use their tax dollars for infrastructure, for for what we actually talk about: housing, healthcare, that sort of thing, education. You know what I'm saying? When you go down to Nicaragua and you see the people, socially, they're very much more in line with Trumpers. They're very religious. They don't believe in gay marriage. They're not going to legalize marijuana. I had somebody ask me, it's like, what's with the transgender issue in the United States? They don't understand it whatsoever. To them,
because they're hardcore Catholic.
They're hardcore Catholic. So their socialism is definitely built on economics. Yeah, the old school one. Yeah. And they're not really going and voting for socialism. I think there's more of a nationalist aspect where they're just trying to get the damn Yankees out of their country, who they know are raping it blind.
Yeah, I'd add a little caveat to that as well, in the sense that their fight for anti-imperialism isn't solely relegated to the voting booth, and it's not in the sense that the pink tide or something isn't something where they're just electing socialists. I mean, this is an ongoing battle, and many people throughout the Latin American and Caribbean and Africa and the global South in general view it as such. That's why, when you go to some place with Cuba, they still consider themselves in the revolution, because it's not just something where, the revolution is voting in a socialist. No, the revolution is fighting off this empire which still exists and is still strangling these countries with its imperialist tentacles to this day. So I'd add that, and I'd again co-sign everything Pasta said as well.
Yeah. So it's pretty much for protection, right? Because when the U.S. puts their puppet leader there in the global South countries, then the people suffer. There's an unequal distribution of wealth. And so el pueblo, the people, are tired of that, and they elect these leaders that say that the country will take care of you. We're not going to privatize these industries. We're going to nationalize them so that we can protect these resources from the imperialist United States, from these Yankees.
Mm-hmm. Misty?
Yeah, I mean, I would co-sign what everybody has already said. I think that it is an entirely economic, and it's about survival. I think, as Pasta said, it's really about staving off the United States empire, and it's more about maintaining their own countries and their own cultures, and fighting off, like Pasta said, the damn Yankees. And I think it's really important to make that distinction, because I think in this country we get so distracted by the culture war stuff. Not to say that stuff those things aren't important conversations that need to be had, but people get very distracted by that stuff. Yeah,
it definitely shouldn't be prioritized over what's going on right now. I mean, our bombs are killing people every day. Our sanctions are starving people out. This is really more how people are going to feed themselves, not just at home but globally, is more important than what pronouns should be used. I'm sorry, and I'm not afraid to say that.
We have no local supply chains. we've got no education outside of Empire education or Rockefeller education. We've, or very few, and there is a huge thing where people are trying to do it. Sabby, I would love to hear your opinion about this. Directly funding students as opposed to funding institutions, and then giving the parent the option of where to place their child based on that funding. I don't know, man. Half of my family were teachers. I have a couple of teacher of the years in my family. All of them around the time of about 2 years into No Child Left Behind on were like, I hate my job. This is dumb. We're ruining people. We're not teaching them anything. We're going to wreck a generation. We're going to wreck the rest of education this way.
Yeah. Well, teaching isn't enjoyable anymore. You don't really get to teach what you want to teach. You have to teach the curriculum that the school district tells you that you have to teach. And that's why, especially when it comes to history, there's a lot of things that we just don't learn in school. Like, I remember when they were teaching us about the civil rights movement, we didn't learn the truth about the Black Panthers in school. I had to learn about that from my family.
Raise your hand if you heard the name Eldridge Cleaver in your school when you were growing up. Anyone?
Nope.
What's worse is that when the Black Panthers,
raising your hand.
when the Black Panthers were mentioned in my school, it would be to talk about how this is like a dangerous group, like the KKK,
radical, militant,
that they were the terrorists. Where it was always the dichotomy between like, ooh, Malcolm X advocated for violence and MLK
like they killed
advocated
people, they
for
carried
non-violence.
guns.
Yeah.
Here's the picture of Malcolm X with the rifle next to his window, and it's like, bro, you do realize that like I've had a conversation with the woman who met Malcolm X several times, and she said that like he would frequently stand guard for some of MLK's marches, and they worked together more than but okay.
No discussion on the revolutionary practices of the Black Panthers, of how they were trying to opt out and create a parallel.
They don't want to
society.
inspire you. They can't inspire
schools,
you.
Your
breakfast
education is just that, though. They're going to teach you that in public school? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. You're there to go be a good little drone.
Yeah.
You're there to go be good little middle management.
Obedient soldiers they're teaching.
I mean, this is something that Ashikata Shakur said.
Now they're doing obedient soldiers because
and teachers are only teaching for tests
years
now.
ago, there was something that Ashikata Shakur pointed out, where she said that your oppressors are never going to give you the education that you need to throw them.
No.
That's something that she pointed out decades ago, and it still rings true to this day, because it's like, why would you teach kids about slave rebellions? Why would you teach kids about the Black Panthers breakfast programs or educational cadres of the freedom schools? Why wouldn't you teach them about the herbs and spices that people can heal themselves naturally with? They wouldn't teach you any of that.
And about what's happening now. Sorry, Sally, I was just going to say, like, how they're poisoning us right now with their pesticides that have ingredients like glyphosate, which are linked to non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, all these autoimmune diseases.
And then the runoff from those pesticides and fertilizers used on vegetables gets into the oceans and not only poisons the water and surrounding the environment, but moves up the food chain.
Bioaccumulation.
But then moves, of course, Franco knows it's biology professor.
And since we're high up in the food chain, we eat a lot of predatory fish. They've accumulated a lot of these toxic metals, a lot of these microplastics, and a lot of these other chemicals, and then we ingest that, and that affects our health.
Go to like your local grocery store and look at the fish.
They're finding microplastics in cord blood. Cord blood is testing positive for glyphosate. I mean, all of these things are happening.
But then who are we dependent on after we get poisoned and sick? We're dependent on big pharma. So it's all a game here.
Too, because the state is subsidizing where people live, and those places have food deserts. That's the giant cause of type 2 diabetes. Now you're wrecked for life. Now there's a whole program right now where you get an injection and you're a permanent pharma customer for life.
Yes. I want to add, I'm glad you mentioned food deserts, because for people who don't know, we have food deserts here in Massachusetts too. And basically, like, you can go to these towns and there's no grocery store, like none. So what happens is the people that live in that area, they buy their food from places like CVS and Walgreens and Rite Aid, which obviously it's not healthy food. That's what they're consuming. So we have food deserts in this country where people live, and it's absolutely ridiculous, but it needs to be talked about. Like, all of this is connected.
Yes.
Well,
And
it goes back to the local supply chain thing too, because Massachusetts, when back in the day was nothing but farmland, and it was incredible farmland. There's great dirt there. It is, man. Like, you could grow anything in Massachusetts, just about. But there's no local supply chain. None. In Stockton, where me and Stevie J worked for years, where I was for a handful of months. The fuck? All of the closest grocery stores were Dollar Trees or Dollar Generals. Like, you had to go 5, 6, 7 miles out to find a Safeway, let alone find something that sold anything approaching actual organic, not meeting FDA standards for organic, which includes over 180 chemicals.
We're also moving to a society that's really dependent on Uber Eats and Grubhub and all these other delivery apps.
Yeah, but guys, don't worry. Bill Gates is buying all the farmland, and he's a really nice billionaire, so it's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine.
And stealing water too.
Yeah.
There was a woman, she came on a couple weeks ago, and she told me that Bill Gates is stealing water from her town in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but and then some states prohibit people from collecting their own rainwater, which is asinine, despite the fact that most cities don't have the infrastructure to deal with simple rainwater. I mean, I've seen floods in Los Angeles. I've seen flooding in Los Angeles worse than flooding I've seen in Miami when there's chump level rain, because they don't have the infrastructure to be able to deal with simple rainfall. And
New Orleans is literally underwater year round.
And you don't want people to be able to mitigate that by collecting their own rainwater. And it's most likely better than the damn tap water.
Yep.
In over 3,000 cities in the U.S., the Flint level water or worse. Right. And they're draining reservoirs, they're draining lakes. I had a thing about Lake Mead we didn't get to do. If the coincidences all go one way, are they still coincidences? Are they when all of the same people are involved in all of the same catastrophes or oversights or miscommunications or poor planning or caught off guard? And it's all the same people, and the money never leaves the room. Like, sometimes somebody comes in with a wheelbarrow and dumps a little bit more on the pile, but it doesn't leave the room. Is it still a coincidence? Is it? Just asking. Curious. I ask questions.
There's a question for you guys.
Yes. Yep. There's your answer. Yes.
That's not a condescending laugh, by the way, I promise.
Who wants to?
But I was gonna vote for Bernie. You guys aren't excited for 2024 Bernie?
MCSC entirely. I think I can speak for the entire crew. We're done with electoral politics. Yes. Yes, 100%.
Oh, except for call your Congress member Craig over here.
Yes. Yeah. Pasta likes to call your Congress member.
There's a couple of candidates he really has his eye on. He would love to tell you about them right now.
Don't.
I'm glad you wanted to come on to just be my hype man.
Well,
usually it's Glory.
I'm coming back.
I know you're coming back, but as soon as you shut that door, it's getting locked.
The only way a politician could be of any use in Congress is if they're using if by any miracle they win and get there, if they run as an anti-establishment person, is if when they get there, they're just exposing everything.
Yeah. If you're not flipping tables.
I think
But they push. They push those people out, though.
Yeah,
they push those people out.
Exactly.
The system is completely broken. So if you manage to get elected, one of two things will happen. Either you will capitulate to the corruption, or they will find a way to get you out. That's it. Like, there is no way to vote our way out of this.
Like Cynthia McKinney, they'll just force you out. But I mean, I think if there's a worthwhile candidate out there, it would have to be both of them alone.
What about running locally just to expose the corruption in your local government?
That's always something that
I wouldn't waste my time.
I think even that gets techie once you. Sorry, Pasta. I'll make this point quick. Once you get to places like Los Angeles and Broward County, I mean, those places are just as, if not more, corrupt than the federal government. So I think it depends on the city. Go ahead, Pasta.
Yeah, and also when you're voting local, you're still using the same system. It's still usually on the same day, and if it's separated, that's one thing. But I don't want everybody to stop participating in the practice of a democracy, right? I believe the main mechanism in which they maintain their control. Good.
Slow news day.
The main mechanism of control, obviously, to me, has always been the elections. That's how they have this illusion of a democracy, and then they can control, who they put in and why they put in. But at any given point, it's always going to come down to the people's choice, right? So if we were a bunch of anarchists living in the woods and we had to go hunting, we had to hunt together, and there's 8 of us, and one guy wanted to go that way, one guy wanted to go that way, they're going to probably ask the group, and the consensus is going to say, let's go this way. So no matter what, I always believe in what the people want, and therefore,
that's not how anarchy works.
Therefore, that's what I'm saying. Right? So okay. So, no matter what, we should always participate in the practice and expose the system for what it is, so that we can change it.
Jones, will you untangle this?
Hold on, guys. This is not Slow News Day.
We're very off topic.
Abby is running the thing over here. Glory, Steve, behave.
Can we talk about the second part of this question? Can we talk about the second part of this question?
I was going to make another point, but Pasta threw me off with whatever the hell he was trying to say. So yes, go to the second point.
I think that's important because, I mean, none of us here believe in electoral politics. We are all big fans of organizing outside the system, and there are lots of things that we can do, but I think really it's just about building the infrastructure, parallel societies, learn to grow your own food. That's the way that we can combat the system in general. And I think that then goes to combating American imperialism as a whole.
Everything that we advocate has already been done.
Yeah.
Everything that we advocate, people have done recently. Everything like that Misty just said with parallel structures, parallel societies, counter economics. During the lockdowns, when they said you can only serve a certain type of person, and people said, no, we're here for everybody. They went and they used the state's electricity or the state's gas, and they made food, and then they took it outside of their establishment, and they served and transacted with everybody. That is an immediate real-time example of a parallel structure.
Speaking of food,
the thing, real quickly, 2 things quickly. Sorry, the food thing. I am frequently on a show called Union of the Unwanted. We just had a massive panel on food in general, growing it, doing this like collectively, making your supply chains more local, creating food forests, which is really freaking awesome, and I would love to talk about that extensively sometime. So there are things that you can do. Voting is the laziest and least effective direct political action you can ever take in your entire life, unless that direct political action includes surrounding a polling place and preventing anyone from ever going inside. If you have a machine, and that machine is designed to kill you, your solution to that machine should not be, hey, I know, I'm going to slap a couple shiny new parts on it every 2 to 4 years, and that'll fix it. All you're doing is prolonging the life of a machine designed to kill you. No matter how sweet it talks to you, that's what it wants to do. That's what it's designed to do. It's not a bug. It's the design.
And speaking of food not bombs. Literally feeding people, feeding the homeless. It's like, I know there's such a stigma around encampments in 10 cities and homeless people, but when you get legitimate encampments like Echo Park, which was swept last year, that begin to actually become self-sufficient, despite the city government, not with the aid of the city government, despite the city government and frequent harassment from the police. I think that that's something awesome. I think that whenever different groups of people move towards self-sufficiency, it's a genuine threat to the empire. And we see it throughout history, throughout places like the global south, when these countries are like, hey, maybe we should use those resources for us instead of Tiffany's and Co. and De Beers. Nope, sanctions. So, you know, I do think that's one of the reasons also why I think that we still need to be proactive in combating the empire. But yes, definitely, like, becoming self-sufficient, creating these parallel structures is so imperative. And obviously, it's not something that you can do all at once. It's something that you have to do little by little, but on a large scale, it adds up. On a large scale, mutual aid and divesting from the empire can add up. On a large scale, everybody educating themselves and making, like what Steve said, these local supply chains really, puts significant dents into the empire.
Yep.
So
also, I would add too that Rome does tour for the poor. He was just here with me in Boston over the past weekend, and we did tour for the poor here. And I just want to say, in reference to homeless people, we have the tent communities in Boston now too. And Glory's right; they do sweeps, so they have to move, and then they have to find another spot. And sometimes they take their tents, they take whatever they have away from them, which is ridiculous because that's their home for them. But one thing I want to say is that just please, try to get over that stigma, because they're people just like me and you, and we could easily be in their situation. I mean, the average American lives paycheck to paycheck. So all it takes is for you to miss a paycheck here and there. We could be right in their situation. So something like that, like tour for the poor, like that's what Rome does. He crowdfunds, he raises the money, and then he'll pick a city, he'll go to that city and get them clothes and food and things that they need, hygiene products. Tents is a big one that's going around now.
Diapers, wipes.
Yeah, diapers, wipes. Like, yes, there are homeless children. It's not just adults. So you might be surprised what you see, but the homeless population has increased significantly since the pandemic. So those are ways that you can help. And I think it is important that we do need to start looking at growing our own food. I did a segment on that. I had two people come on that do grow their own food. One lives in an apartment and showed you how to grow your own food if you live in an apartment, which a lot of people do. So we just can't really sit around and rely on the government to do the right thing because we have a pandemic and they didn't even want to give everybody health care during a pandemic.
You couldn't even get a whole $2,000 check, y'all. They just sent $33 billion to Ukraine, but you can't get $2K. It's fine. Like I said, Bill Gates is going to save us all.
If people really wanted to extricate themselves from this bullshit and break the centralized banking structure that is upstream from politics and the crooked political system, it's where the machine gets built, then they'd stop the nonsense about a general strike. They would get a couple of labor organizers together from different critical sectors of industry. They would have them do targeted strikes. You would get your mutual aid organizations in on it. You would get your parallel structures set up, and you would just do different sustained strikes from different sectors of industry, overlapping each other, so that you would break the monopoly on violence that the cops have, because their resources are stretched. I've been saying this shit for years.
Yeah, I was about
to. And now the question is, why hasn't it become forth with these type of ideas?
I was about to say, I heard that a while ago on the General Strike Summit from your co-host.
I said it on the General Strike Summit too.
Yeah, I mean that's what would be happening. But you don't see labor leaders doing that because they're not interested in breaking a system that they're intertwined. You don't see mutual aid groups doing that because it's a fucking purity test to get into each one, and it's just this freaking spiral of self-hatred and loathing and misery, and you're not good enough to do this because you said something wrong once. And that's what most mutual aid organizations are. It's garbage. Everybody's being forced into more and more and more division and adding extra hyphens onto whatever label they are, not realizing that they're being played like suckers.
Yeah. More energy should be put on having us be more independent from the system than if we try to focus on changing it right now, because the only way you'll really have any long-term effects with changing the system is if we didn't have the current people who rule over us in charge. They're going to find ways to scheme and present false solutions to us. So good luck with that. A lot of people don't even know who exactly rules this country because they don't stay in the public. Instead, they put all these people just like politicians are playing this theatrical, these are playing theater, right? They're actors and actresses. A lot of these billionaires receive help from certain people to get to the position that they are, and those people that they got help from are the actual rulers of this country. So you're not going to get systemic change as long as those people are still in charge. So more energy on being more independent from the system, opting out, growing your own food, as people were mentioning here, educating ourselves more on holistic medication and everything, parallel societies. And if anyone is telling you to donate to politicians, they are causing significant harm to their audience.
Yep.
For that matter, anybody selling certainty is causing significant harm to their audience.
Yeah. I just like to point out, though, creating parallel systems is great, but I do think we have to go kind of capitalizing what Glory said. We have to make sure that we keep an eye on the empire at the same time, because I don't think they're going to let us go freely. I mean, Robert Kennedy Jr. got, banged for saying that, they're going to have this whole freaking planet with low-level freaking satellites to track everybody, and there'll be no place to hide.
Gosh,
smart cities are coming too.
I was thinking the fucking empire would just let us do this shit. Gosh, now I have to rethink the whole thing.
Well, how do you educate people with so much censorship, especially with foreign policy? If YouTube came and took all of us down, how do we still get out and educate people about what's really going on?
I would stand on a street corner with my black megaphone and shout. Everybody on this panel except for Savvy.
People organize.
Well, I would start with not talking to people like they're stupid. It could be a good thing. Maybe that's why when you're on the bullhorn or when he's on behind the microphone, we don't get a lot of people listening. And maybe it's not just the shadow banning, but
if you're
I would start with that. Maybe the way we talk to people would help, right?
I think, Pasta, you are having a conversation with someone that is not me right now.
What's that?
No, but your Pasta's right. If we're condescending pricks, nobody's going to listen to us.
And that is a big problem, because you talk to people in a bad way. And I see this across the board. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying this because my feelings hurt. I'm saying this because maybe that's why we're not as effective as we can be.
It can't all just be on us, though.
Yeah.
It can't all just be on us. We can be an example for people. We can talk to our neighbors and inform them, and the people, our friends and family that are close to us. But our audience members, you guys got to help us out too. You got to inform people as well. You're doing all this watching of independent media. Put it into practice and inform people.
Yes, and I think it's important to point out that we don't need people organize before the internet. I mean, before YouTube. It's 100% possible, but you have to be willing to put in the work. You have to be willing, and you have to be willing to have uncomfortable conversations with people that you don't agree with, without, like Pasta said, being a condescending prick.
Yeah. And that's why I say standing on a street with a bullhorn, you just got to get out there and do it. And I know it's hard. I know it can be hard sometimes.
I'm awkward. Everybody knows I hate it.
But you have to do it. And, I give that image of screaming with a bullhorn because, it's by any means necessary. Go guerrilla flyering. Go fucking get your gorilla tape out there and just plaster flyers on the city. If you don't feel comfortable talking to people, you need to be able to have conversation with people close to you as well in your local community, like Misty said. So it's just, there's, like Misty said, there's a way to do it without the internet. Yes, it would be harder, but there's a way to do it. If the people, if fucking slaves could organize rebellions, without knowing
the platforms while we have them.
Without the internet, okay? Come on.
Exploit the platforms while we have them, but realize you can do it without. Seriously.
Yeah, we really have to use
We've
like
done banner drops. Like we've been doing and advocating low tech, person to person communication. Peer to peer communication is how all of this stuff works anyway. I mean, honestly, if you know you're going to get shadow banned, if you know that what you're saying is outside of the allowable parameters of conversation, what you're doing then relies on largely word of mouth or getting on platforms where you're not going to get hammered for that. I mean, the YouTube channel that Slow News Day has, aside from having, you know, tens of thousands of people over the years unsubscribed from it, it is so algorithmically buried that it stayed below, I think, $6,000 right now. We've got 3 times that on Rockfin. YouTube is the largest video streaming platform on the planet, the second largest search engine in the world. Rockfin is a freaking thumbtack compared to it, and we have 3 times the following. Like, that's insane.
And we're Whitney Webb's favorite show. We're Whitney Webb's favorite show. Just want to.
Well, and like Franco
just want to say
said,
that.
I think that it's important. Like what Franco said is like we can, even if we're doing our shows and exploiting these platforms while we have them, we need our audience to take this information and go have those conversations in their lives too. We can't. I mean, we can only do so much, and it really does take. It's going to be like a massive group effort, and it's not going to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like we can't just depend upon a YouTube show to get information out. It's not ever going to be effective.
Please don't.
No.
Right. I want everyone to
tool.
remember that, you know, the March on Washington, there was no social media back then.
Right.
There was no internet.
Yeah.
And they still were able to get thousands of people to show up.
We can do it.
But do you guys think that the programming from social media and all these
That's a
other
problem.
things are
Oh,
a
that's
bigger
definitely
obstacle?
It's a big problem because people
programming
think
of life has changed. What
Well,
a way
people-
kids
yeah,
brought
I
up.
mean,
you know?
that's why I bring up
people
slave
think a
rebellions.
hashtag is
Yeah.
doing something, like clicking a button or
listen,
adding an
that's-
emoji to your bio is doing. Your arms are
Yeah,
activists.
but that's
We
why
need
I
you in the
bring up
street.
slave rebellions, because these are people that were subject to some of the harshest, Bahamian slave codes in humanity. They were programmed in the sense that you think they are. They were beaten into submission multiple times. They had their own hierarchies between the house Negroes and the field Negroes, and then they weren't able to read and write. And despite all of that, America had hundreds of slave uprisings. In Jamaica, the Maroons won their own sovereignty against the British empire that lasted for centuries. In Haiti, they became the first Black republic. And despite all of the programming that people there think exists, despite all the program actually did exist, despite all of the obstacles in their way, they still managed to find a way to do it. So that's why I say, whatever the situation is, we can seek empowerment from that.
All right. Thank you guys so much. I do see Peter and Karim and Ben are here.
Thanks,
so
Abby.
guys, thanks so much.
We love you.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody.
MCSC
Bye.
gang. Free Julian Assange. Free,
Free
Commander
Assange.
X. Fuck
Free
deep sea
Assange.
mining. Shout
you
out
guys.
chat gang. ICU propaganda live. What's up? What's up? Steven Torres. I'm sure. Bye guys. Hold up. How do I leave? Bye.
Bye, Glory. All righty. I'm bringing in the crew when I'm heading out. All right, Peter,
Hello.
Karim. Hi, Ben. Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you. How you doing?
I'm heading out.
See you,
Okay,
Savvy.
good to see you, Sabrina. See ya. So, hi, Benjamin. Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you. How you doing?
Good, good, good. How about yourself?
Good. Just working a lot. This is relevant to all this conversation. I just published an article about the new U.S. government Ministry of Truth. If you all haven't seen this.
No.
The so-called Disinformation Governance Board that was created by the Department of Homeland Security to monitor so-called disinformation. It's a U.S. government Ministry of Truth, basically, and it's run by a Cold Warrior who has made her entire career about raging an information war against Russia. So,
Sounds legit.
Considering everything that they were just talking about with censorship and attacks on alternative media. I mean, I unfortunately expect that to get much worse in the upcoming months.
Yeah, it's depressing because like I've focused on the media in all of my studies for like years now, and I realized like as I was reading that, I don't know if you were on the internet in the 90s, but there was a sense of possibility, like it was going to be a channel through which all sorts of different perspectives could be heard, people from all over the world could communicate with each other. And of course, it went down the commercialized road, and under that profit-making system, we have the misuse of the internet we have today. But then I was reading how people back in the 1920s were thinking about radio, and they were like, "Oh my God, radio is going to change all of culture. It's going to educate people. It's going to be a totally different civilization." And I realized, oh shit, I had the same illusions as people in the 1920s about the internet.
No, yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, so why don't you quickly introduce yourself a bit, Ben? I think most people will know you, but for those who don't, this might come in handy. So can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm a journalist, and I am the editor and founder of a new website called Multipolarista. It's multipolarista.com. I'm based in Latin America, and I also do reporting a lot in Spanish. So for people who want to check out the website, there is reporting in both English and Spanish. I live in Nicaragua, and I do reporting on U.S. imperialism, pretty much on foreign policy, geopolitics, the new Cold War, and especially in the past few years, I've been focusing a lot on the hybrid war that the U.S. has been waging against Russia, against China, against Venezuela, against Nicaragua here. So yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure being here. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure is all ours, Ben. So that's also something I would like to start with, and I'm always very interested in these things. So we've talked to many guests here on RBN, pretty much of whom everyone is anti-imperialist, and it's a very, very diverse crew. So I'm myself, I'm from the Netherlands. Peter is from the USA. We both work in Hong Kong at the university, and everyone has that personal story. You know what I mean? Like, why do people become resistant to imperialism? I myself, for example, my dad's from Algeria. It was a colonized country. My mom's from the Netherlands. I'm from the Netherlands, which was a colonizer country or a colonial superpower. So for me, that has always been that obsession, like how come that some people are born in a part of the world where they are literally have nothing, while we are born in a part of the world where we have everything. You know what I mean? And I'm really curious. So I've been watching you for a long time, and one thing I really, really like about you is you can just feel your genuine passion when you talk about things about imperialism, and especially when you talk about positive developments. Like, for example, there's some victory of people, of leftists in Latin America, and I can genuinely see your happiness, and I can recognize that you feel that victory. And I wonder, where does it come from, Ben? Like when did that start, that you became so resistant? Because I assume you're a US citizen, and how come you became resistant to your own government, so to speak? Where does it come from? Where did that start?
Yeah, well, I am a US citizen. I was born and raised in the US. My family's from Ohio, and I had a kind of typical suburban upbringing, pretty much apolitical. So this isn't from necessarily personal experience, but I was always a very kind of intellectual kid. I read a lot of books, and by the time I got to high school, I was interested in politics, and I had discovered Howard Zinn and Noam Chomsky, this kind of typical process of learning real US history. And by the time I got to college, and especially with Israel's wars on Gaza, especially Operation Cast Lead in late 2008 and early 2009, I began getting involved more in the anti-war movement. I mean, I'm a socialist. I don't hide that in any way. I'm a leftist. And of course, I originally got more involved in kind of local organizing, environmental work, labor rights. And of course, I'm of a certain generation. I'm in my 30s, and a lot of us probably a similar experience for you all. We were kind of influenced by the financial crash, right? This idea that, my generation in the United States consists of people who are weighed down by over $1.4 trillion in student loans. People don't have access to health care. Wages have been declining since the 1970s, real wages, that is. And there was this sense of despair and crisis when there was this financial crash. And then, of course, this is further compounded by the U.S. war on Libya in 2011, the war in Syria, which still goes on today, really, and the war in Yemen. So I got involved. I originally was involved kind of, in just more left-wing movements. And then I got specifically involved in the anti-war movement. And I'm very angry at the injustices that happen around the world. And especially, the more you educate yourself, the more I learned, the more I read, and the more I traveled and made friends in these countries. Then not only is it political and intellectual, but it also in some ways becomes kind of personal, because people who are impacted by these wars. And as a journalist, I thought that there was very little good reporting from, kind of investigative, fact-based journalistic perspective on a lot of these U.S. wars and regime change operations. And I just became more and more involved and more passionate. And then a few years ago, I decided to move to Latin America. One, because I wanted to be able to report better on the ground on what's happening in these countries, but also just because the situation in the U.S. economically and politically just continues to deteriorate. And I think, unfortunately, we're seeing more and more people who are basically kind of being forced into exile, because everyone can see in the United States this massive decline. And of course, a lot of that decline is related to imperialism. The U.S. empire has so massively overstretched itself and continues to pour trillions and trillions of dollars in trying to maintain this global empire, this global dictatorship, while people at home are suffering more and more from homelessness and poverty and racism and police brutality. So I don't know how people can't be angry about these issues. I guess the only way is if they consume this media propaganda that just convinces them that everything's okay.
Yeah, I think that hits the nail on the head.
Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
I mean, because I was going to say, like, that the part of your story where you first get the perspective of anti-imperialism was reading a Chomsky and Herman book. Like, not everyone does that. Not everyone has that experience. Like, I was raised in a very conservative, right-wing, what would now be called, I think, tradcath on the internet family. And then in college, a friend of mine introduced me to a little Chomsky book. And my first reaction was, like, when I read it, like, oh my God, this is obviously bullshit. Like, this cannot possibly be true. It goes against everything that I was raised with. So my next thing was, okay, I'm going to go and find the debunking of Chomsky's whole perspective, because I'm going to, help my friend out who's benighted and he believes in this left-wing garbage. And so, I've been looking now for 20 years. There doesn't exist a significant attempt to debunk that perspective, and quite the opposite. Like, if you just look at international relations theory, it's basically saying the exact same thing. The only thing that's different is its prescriptions are different. It says that the morality of this is either not really to be discussed, or it's actually good, because if you act like the meanest rat bastard, that is actually moral because you're preventing the chance of your state being invaded. But yeah, without that experience, without that knowledge, that information acquisition, it's really hard to form that kind of understanding of the world. So it seems like, your job as a journalist, but I mean, just more broadly, our job as people who have learned this stuff is to try to educate people on it. And then you run into some psychological impediments.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that I was a student activist, like a lot of people, and I'm proud of that. I'm not in any way ashamed of that. But, I kind of figured out that I think I was more useful as a journalist. I used to, write press releases with some of the student activist organizations I was involved with, and started writing, letters to the editor in local newspapers and articles for the school newspaper and all this. And I kind of just fell into journalism. and realized that the media is an extremely important part of this political struggle. And so for me, it's not as much of a personal battle as some people who have been directly affected by imperialism and war. But I mean, I think, one of the most important parts of the political struggle is this kind of information war, and especially in the digital age, with everything being online, with, during the COVID pandemic, many of us were stuck, in quarantine, and we were online all day. I mean, more and more people are just surrounded constantly by social media, and that has really shaped people's perspectives about the world to such a degree that I think we can say that media propaganda is sometimes more powerful than reality in many cases. If you look at some of these just ridiculously fake claims in the Western media that pick up Havana syndrome recently, this idea that supposedly Russia and China and or Cuba were attacking US spies with like ray guns or something. And it was completely fake, but it was this media narrative that reinforced itself and created the kind of mass hysteria that kind of willed itself into reality. And I think that's a really good metaphor for how corporate media propaganda works.
Yeah, I think you have a very good point. And Peter and myself, we've talked about this a lot also with Nick, is how do we overcome this media narrative, this propaganda empire? Because I personally think we can forget about facts. We can tell all the facts that we want. The moment if propaganda is, people are differently propagandized, they just believe it. And one of the biggest problems I think is, so for me, one of the changing events was 9/11. 9/11 really showed to me what the world really is about. I was young, but that moment was like a kind of existential crisis. Everything just became different. And you would think that after 9/11, when it became clear that it was one big lie, from in particular George Bush and Tony Blair, who are now walking around basking in their privilege as politicians that are that should be respected. And that is the problem also with that media propaganda, is that facts don't matter if they just prop you up as some kind of respectable politicians. People will visit them in town halls and wave flags and everything. And that's the biggest problem that we as leftists, as anti-imperialists, I think have, is how do we overcome that extremely successful propaganda system that once was radio and newspaper and TV, and now it includes internet and algorithms. And I think it's just a matter of time. If you become too big on YouTube or Twitter, you'll be thrown off. So we are using the tools of empire to fight empire, I always say. And I just wonder, like, you went into you how can I say that? So you really went into that path towards resistance. Ben, you said, no, personally, I don't have any personal issues with regards to my government or oppression like people in the global South. However, I started reading books and this and that, and slowly I started to understand, hey, wait a minute, the world is different than I was once thought. So my question is, how do we get people there, just like you, Peter, myself, in a world so incredibly propagandized by the world's biggest empire? What is your take on that? Like, how should we go forward as people who want to resist that, who want to fight that?
It's very difficult, and I don't have a magic solution, unfortunately, but I think we have to do what we're doing right now, which is build independent, community-oriented, movement-oriented media outlets. And of course, we're going to face censorship, we're going to face suppression by algorithms, but we just have to do it. And that's how these things have always been. I mean, authoritarian capitalist governments have often banned independent media outlets. I mean, just look at the US government has a long history of repressing independent media and progressive movements and supporting regimes around the world that did the same. And, people always have had to resist and find new ways around that censorship and that repression. And yeah, these new technologies have in some ways made it easier, but I mean, the technologies constantly change. And right now, yeah, I mean, we have all of these social media corporations that are run by Silicon Valley, and they have these corporations in Silicon Valley have contracts with the U.S. government. Facebook is a U.S. government contractor with DHS and the FBI. Google, which owns YouTube, has contracts with the CIA and the Pentagon. Twitter has U.S. government contracts. So, of course, these institutions, we know what interests they truly serve. And I mean, we still have to try to keep fighting and doing what we can on them while they exist. But I also think that, you know, they're not going to be permanent. These social media platforms have existed, really have been kind of popular for only really a decade. Before that, it was kind of like the blogosphere. And I think in 10 years from now, the situation is going to look different. It's not, these institutions are not permanent. We just have to continue struggling with what exists currently. And of course, I do support, you know, trying to build up independent platforms, not only independent media, of course, but also, you know, Mastodon and Minds and all these attempts to create alternatives to Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. But the reality is that there aren't that many people who use those platforms, unfortunately. So I think we have to, you know, have a diversity of tactics. Just like activists, when they talk about, you know, organizing movement, they talk about the importance of diversity of tactics. And I think that's true for media as well. We have to be on as many platforms as we can. We have to get out the word as much as we can. And we also, I think we need to build networks and ties with activist organizations and movements, because, you know, there are very important connections that we can make to help build a political movement. And I think we need to see independent media not as just this thing that's separate, but it's part of a political struggle. And around the world, I mean, this is not just in the US, pretty much everywhere in the world, media outlets are associated with a particular political tendency, a movement, or a political party. And I think, you know, as people involved in independent media, you know, I'm clear about this, that, you know, I see my role as a journalist as being, you know, part of a media arm of a larger political movement, which is a socialist movement, an anti-imperialist movement. And, you know, I've been building networks with other progressive anti-imperialist journalists around the world. And I think that's the only way you can do it, because, of course, the ruling class, these capitalist regimes, they're always going to try to repress any progressive opposition to them. They've always done that, and they're always going to do it. But, you know, history shows that even in much more grueling conditions and more difficult conditions, the people, when they organize, when they have discipline, and when they, you know, work together well, they have been able to overcome. It's a cliche, but, you know, they won those struggles.
Yeah. I'm reminded of something Mao wrote, that without a revolutionary party, you can't have a revolution. Like, you have to have organization. And like in my ideal media system, you would have in every mass outlet ideological diversity within it. So that's basically like the opposite of the media system that we have now. Like, I spent the past like 10 years writing a book on the media that I was trying to make like manufacturing consent 2, but now with psychology added into it to try to understand how psychological dynamics fit into the picture. But I left out, one thing I realized I left out was when I was reading Matt Taibbi's Hate Inc. And that was the much more recent evolution of the US media system into like these micro audiences. So, you know, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, you had this kind of like bland, middle of the road style of presentation. The fairness doctrine was enforced. And then much more recently, you have, you know, with Fox leading the way, then CNN and MSNBC trying to do basically the same, but just for a different audience. So now you have these little micro audiences. And I see that on the left now too, which is really disturbing to me, because again, you know, the ideal system would be you've got people from the left, people from the right, people from the corporate center, all on the same panel having a debate, so that people can actually see, like, you know, what is the factual basis that this view is based on? What, you know, might be motive, you know, that's what you can get when you have an open debate, but that is, of course, not what our media system produces. So if activists do create their own smaller media outlets, then how do we do the outreach part so that we can at least approximate that ideal media system where people are actually getting ideological diversity? I mean, I know it's a tough question, but what do you think about that?
Well, I think it's partially what we're doing right now, right? I mean, we have to kind of build networks with other people who are are doing this work, who are trying to build independent media, become friends with them, talk to them, figure out what they're doing, figure out how you can complement your work together. And there's no magic bullet solution. But I also think at the same time, I mean, it is difficult because although I agree that that's an important issue that we have to overcome, at the same time, we also do need to maintain a particular ideological line. And that doesn't mean that we can't have slight differences, but, I draw the line at imperialism, right? Like, there are unfortunately people in kind of left-wing media, tends to be kind of more liberal-oriented media, but who have, and they might have an anti-capitalist, social democratic perspective, but they're also very pro-imperialist. So I think at the same time, we don't want to err too much on the side of having too much of a big tent perspective, because while we are like trying to educate and provide information and challenge a lot of this imperialist propaganda, at the same time, I mean, we do have to be ideologically principled. So it's hard. I mean, again, I don't have a magic bullet solution, but I think what you guys are doing is a start. And this is what I also try to do, is just try to build those networks with other people who are doing good work.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is a thing we have to go to. I remember, Peter, you told me about this in the 70s, this conference of countries in the global south that wanted to create a kind of counter media system to counter the narrative of the Western narrative that's pretty much hegemonic all over the world. That is why people in a lot of people, even in Muslim countries, were against Iraq in favor of the US during 9/11. It's insane, that super power of propaganda that's coming from the West. And there's no contender yet that can compete with that. I mean, we live in China, and we always say that China seriously needs to work on its soft power to be able to compete with the United States when it comes to that.
Definitely.
And I think that is one of the biggest problems. What you also said, Ben, is that a lot of people are leftist and they think about social democracy, also where I come from in Europe. But somehow people are severely lacking in their knowledge when it comes to foreign policy. People have no idea, not only what happened in the past during colonialism, but also what happens currently during neocolonialism. We're living in the era of neocolonialism. It's pretty much similar to the old days, just not that hardcore territorial colonialism that you once saw, even though you still see it like in Israel. But that is something that's really striking to me, is how many people are just completely ignorant when it comes to foreign policy. And I think Latin America is one example. We live in Asia. We are interested also in Southeast Asia. Also, a lot of people are very, very ignorant on Asia, but also Latin America, and particularly in Europe. In Europe, we have hardly any idea about Latin America, let alone where the countries are. You know what I mean? And you do a lot of work in Latin America, and there are a couple of obsessions that I have. I always say I have three obsessions: it's capitalism, colonialism, and white supremacy. And I would like to ask you, it's a very general question, but maybe you can give us a bit of an idea. If you think about these three systems, to what extent, you live in Nicaragua, do you say, okay, they play a role in countries around me here in Latin America? How would you describe capitalism, colonialism / imperialism, but also white supremacy, the ideology that seems to maintain these hierarchies between different groups? How much does that play a role currently in Latin America? You're muted. You're muted, I think. I don't think I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
can you hear
perfect.
me? Hello? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'll answer that in 1 second. I was going to say that in terms of media examples of kind of building those networks, I think another good example is Telesur. A lot of people don't know that Telesur was created by Hugo Chavez of Venezuela and Fidel Castro of Cuba as a pan-Latin American outlet. And, it was funny, a few years ago when YouTube, which is again owned by CIA contractor Google, when it started putting like these notices, the warnings below YouTube videos saying, RT is Russia state-linked media and all this, whatever. And of course, they didn't do that to US and European state media. But for Telesur, it was hilarious because YouTube put the notice that this is a Latin America government-linked media outlet. But it just said Latin America government. It was really strange. But what was interesting is, I mean, that's obviously ridiculous, but Telesur has been referred to as a Venezuelan outlet. And today, for reasons I'll get to in a second, it is largely Venezuelan, but actually it has always been pan-Latin American. When Chavez and Castro created Telesur, the idea was that it would be funded by all of the progressive governments in Latin America. So Telesur had offices in Ecuador and was funded by the government of Rafael Correa. It was also funded partially by Argentina under the Kirchners. So it was funded by a series of progressive governments across the region. And then, of course, what happened is there was a series of coups backed by the U.S. and the right-wing oligarchy. There were also, elections in which the right wing won, and they systematically cut funding for Telesur. And so today, Venezuela and Cuba are some of the only governments that still fund Telesur. But it was at its peak. I mean, Telesur still does great work, but it was an example of this model of how you can create a regional media outlet that was very popular and anti-imperialist and socialist and funded by multiple governments. But anyway,
if I can quickly interject, Ben, sorry, and we actually discussed it once with Nick. So Telesur was really good stuff. I loved it. I was always following it. And Telesur, even today, I remember a couple of months ago, we did a show and we talked about it, and we looked it up on YouTube, and Telesur still had above 1 million subscribers, really good. And then you saw the views per video, which was like 100, 200. It was ridiculous. They're so throttled. It's just blatant, completely blatant. But sorry, go ahead.
No, absolutely. So YouTube says, well, we'll let you stay on, but we'll just, prevent you from getting any views. So you can just shout into the abyss of this digital void, right? Controlled by Silicon Valley. But in terms of your question about Latin America and white supremacy and imperialism, well, I think what's interesting is that Latin America is a region more than anywhere in the world, I think, where imperialism and white supremacy have really manifested themselves in politics, and it really reflects the contradictions of all of these. So first of all, I mean, just very briefly to simplify, I think we should understand that white supremacy, where does it come from materially? It was created by European colonialists as an ideology to justify their colonial conquest. And there's a really good book about this by Theodore Allen called The Invention of the White Race. And he goes into the historical, documents, specifically looking at the United States, but in general, looking at this European project of colonialism and settler colonialism, and how the idea of a white race and whiteness was created in order to justify this idea. They used the idea of white supremacy to justify taking over lands that belong to indigenous peoples, committing genocide, ethnically cleansing them. So it's materially rooted in European colonial conquest to steal natural resources and land of people, which of course is what Karl Marx referred to as the rosy dawn, of course sarcastically, the rosy dawn of capitalist accumulation. This is, the accumulation that capitalism was built on. It was European colonial conquest. That's how they created the capitalist system, by literally developing their countries, by underdeveloping and de-developing the global South. And we see this very clearly in India, where before 200 years of British colonialism, India was a massive economic power. It was responsible for around 25% of global GDP. India was very renowned for its textile industry. And over 200 years of British colonialism, the overall GDP of India in terms of global percentage shrunk consistently. And in fact, when the British were forced out after many decades of Indian anti-colonial resistance in 1947, the rate of illiteracy was actually higher after 200 years of British colonialism than it was when they first started the British colonization of the Indian subcontinent. So, I mean, we need to understand the materialist history of the creation of white supremacy as this tool of colonization and as this tool that was used to justify the creation of capitalism, and is continued to this day. And we see this in the US very clearly, where throughout different waves of immigration, there were certain groups of immigrants that were allowed to assimilate into whiteness. So at first, Jews and Irish immigrants and Poles were not considered white, but they were allowed to assimilate into whiteness with this kind of racial totem pole with Black people on the bottom, and then indigenous people and Latinos. So we see this very clearly in U.S. history, but it's of course reflected with European colonization around the world. I mean, talking about the French colonization of Algeria and the Pied Noir, and the creation of this kind of settler colonial class in Algeria with a particular kind of privileges that the indigenous Algerians were not given, and all of that. I mean, that history is very clear. So getting to Latin America, what's interesting is that in Latin America, I mean, you had a very different kind of colonialism, whereas the European colonialists in North America committed genocidal ethnic cleansing and the Trail of Tears and pushing the indigenous peoples off their land. I mean, of course, the Spanish and the Portuguese absolutely also carried out genocide and war crimes and crimes against humanity against the indigenous population. But they also had much more, I mean, rape, straight up rape and sexual assault and so-called interbreeding, I mean, with the indigenous populations, and created this kind of racial hierarchy based on how close you were to whiteness, which shows how this different idea of whiteness being like a mestizo or a mulatto or being indigenous. And there were actually like the Spanish had on the like the haciendas on these Spanish plantations, they had like these like graphs, these like charts showing like the so-called purity of race based on how close you were to being like a so-called pure-blooded Spaniard or European. And then that was used to maintain this system of racial control over Latin America. And of course, that history still continues to this day. But what's interesting about Latin America is that the Spanish colonialists were not able to carry out as much genocidal destruction of the indigenous peoples as in North America. So much of Latin America, a vast majority of people in Latin America have indigenous ancestry. And there are, of course, indigenous communities that were not, to the same degree broken up by the Spanish colonization. And we see this especially in the Andean countries, in places like Bolivia and Peru, where there are very strong indigenous communities that were not broken up by the colonialists in the same way. But in general, across Latin America, I mean, most people have indigenous ancestry. And Hugo Chavez famously, when he launched the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela, he would give speeches, and he would famously say that I have indigenous, African, and European blood, that I'm a product of this complex history of the Americas that brings together, indigenous peoples, African peoples, and Europeans. And Venezuela itself, I mean, it's not a coincidence that in the Bolivarian Revolution, the darker skinned Venezuelans are, the more they tend to support the revolution. And the lighter skinned Venezuelans are, they tend to be richer, and they tend to be people who have European passports and oppose the Bolivarian Revolution. So that history, of course, is still reflected in the political divide. But I think what's interesting is that in Latin America, the socialist and left-wing movements have been, I think, able to better, more than in other parts of the world, more than the United States, certainly, they've been able to work against that anti-racist, or to work against that racist history, to build a multiracial movement that is against colonialism, against white supremacy, and take political power more effectively than in North America.
Right, and that's such a good and extensive answer. Because I don't know if you saw it, probably not. You're very busy. But yesterday we interviewed a sociologist from the Netherlands, University of Amsterdam, Professor Jan Breeman. He's a senior sociologist, born in 1936, so he even experienced Dutch empire still as a colonial empire. And what he also talked about is how when in capitalist system, racism is pretty much implemented everywhere, to maintain these kind of monopolies by an elite. And when you say that about mestizos and how people are measuring their skin color against each other, you realize how international this problem really is, because you have exactly the same issue, for example, in the Philippines, where you have the indigenous Filipinos, you have the mestizos and the whites, and the same kind of hierarchy. You see it in Malaysia, you see it in Indonesia, you see all these hierarchies are literally everywhere. It's very, very troubling to experience, because I've lived all over the world, and it's just amazing how that has infected pretty much all cultures around the world. And I think you see the same in Latin America. People often forget that. They're like, oh, Latin Americans, they often look a bit like Europeans, and then they say, but they are people of color, and people don't realize that these are often just literally imported Europeans who colonized parts of Latin America and became the ruling class. And that is what I really notice also in Latin America, is that when you see the political ruling classes, often they look very European, and the regular population looks more like indigenous people. And my question is also to you, Ben, is do you see, because I agree with you, if there's one continent that seems to be very, very interesting when it comes to resistance, is Latin America. I don't see that anywhere else. It's not that other people cannot do it. It's just that the situation or the place and time is just not right. For example, in many parts of Africa or Asia. But in Latin America, you see that there are recently, you see victories. You see victories of indigenous groups, indigenous political leaders. And do you see that there is any reason to be optimistic? Like how much change do you see compared to before? Do you think there is a reason for us to be optimistic in that sense?
Definitely, I'm quite optimistic, and I mean the left in Latin America is, I think, on the vanguard of the international left in terms of taking power. Of course, there are many great examples across the world, and we have China, Vietnam, Laos, DPRK, Eritrea, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. But I mean, in terms of socialist movements that are not only able to take power but continue to grow, in Latin America right now, almost every government in the region is in some ways a progressive government. Now, there are some that I'm very critical of that I think need to improve a lot, especially the new president of Chile, the Argentine government. There's a lot you can criticize about them. But the reality is that I think because of that history I was talking about, and also because of the fact that Latin America has been so heavily targeted by imperialism, there is this very revolutionary consciousness that permeates across populations in the entire region. And people remember the years of these brutal US-backed military dictatorships. They remember how difficult life was under neoliberalism. And that's why, even despite brutal US economic attacks on Cuba, a 60-year illegal crushing blockade, a brutal blockade in Venezuela that has starved the Venezuelan government of 99% of its government revenue, according to the top UN expert on sanctions. Despite these brutal economic wars, I'm in Nicaragua, there's US sanctions on Nicaragua as well. These governments have been able to hold on and maintain power, and they have mass movements that support them and keep growing. So I think in Latin America, it's also because the political struggles have always been clearly rooted ideologically in a socialist struggle. And unfortunately, I mean, it's a complicated history, but a lot of national liberation movements, they were able to successfully defeat colonialist powers, at least as you mentioned, in the formal era. I mean, we can talk about Nkrumah's definition of neocolonialism. I think his analysis is still right today, that much of the world is still facing neocolonial conditions. But a lot of national liberation struggles were able to successfully unite their population against colonialists and expel them physically. But then after expelling the colonialists, then they had a lot of questions about what their national developmental project would be. And that becomes, in some ways, an even more difficult struggle, because then you have all these internal contradictions that emerge. And we see this around the world in many parts of the global South, whereas in Latin America, I think because of the model of the Cuban Revolution being really the first great revolution in Latin America in 1959, and the model of Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, both of whom, although they were not, Che originally was a Marxist-Leninist. Fidel, when he when he first led the revolution, he was not a Marxist-Leninist at first. He was a socialist. He was a progressive, left-wing nationalist. But then when the Cuban Revolution radicalized, largely because of the U.S. blockade and the U.S. attempted invasion and the brutal attacks, it radicalized further. The Cubans created a communist party and they declared it Marxist-Leninist. And I think because of that leadership in Latin America, the leadership of Che historically, being a figure who's still so beloved across the region, the political struggles and movements when they were fighting against colonialism and imperialism, they had this socialist ideological current that helped unite their struggles in a way that some parts of Africa and Asia didn't have that same kind of socialist current in their struggles.
What about, well, I want to get to Colombia. First, I just have to say, like, I think in the ranking of revolutions, I think Haiti, #1, amazing. But leaving that aside, I've been seeing some really interesting signs in Colombia. The former guerrilla, leftist guerrilla running at, I forget what the last poll I saw was, but he's definitely in the running. And for a country like Colombia especially, that was really surprising. Have you been following this? And if you have, what's the situation in Colombia looking like for the prospects of having like the first left-wing president if he doesn't get assassinated? Like how optimistic are you about that?
Well, you're talking about Gustavo Petro, who's a former guerrilla who later put down the weapons and became a kind of left-wing politician. And in the context of Colombia, he's the best that the political system could possibly produce. Although, of course, there's a lot to criticize about him. He has been campaigning heavily, criticizing Venezuela and Nicaragua and Cuba, which is inevitable in the Colombian political system. Colombia is not a democracy. Colombia, as Hugo Chavez referred to it as, is the Israel of Latin America, Chavez said. And Colombia it's basically a neo-colony of the United States. Its political and economic system are heavily controlled by the U.S., and it's also a narco regime in which the political system is dominated by drug cartels. And the most powerful person in Colombian politics, Álvaro Uribe, who was the former president, closely linked to the U.S. right wing. He was one of the leaders of the Medellin cartel. His family is very closely linked to death squads, including one of the most notorious right-wing paramilitary groups called the 12 Disciples, which had their base physically on his family ranch. So, Colombia is not a democracy. And the reality is that we've even seen the military, the head of the military has come out publicly against Gustavo Petro, criticizing him in the lead up to the election coming up on May 29th. So, it's very dangerous for Gustavo Petro. So even though I have a lot of criticisms of him, the reality is that he's the best that the very very limited so-called democracy in Colombia can produce. And all of the polls show him leading. So if the election is free and fair, he's going to be the next president. And that's going to bring a whole other, host of contradictions. But the reality is, again, Colombia is a neo-colony. There's very little room for democratic change in Colombia. If he even is allowed to win, I'll be surprised, because Colombia is not a democracy and it is really heavily controlled by the United States.
Right. Okay. So, so I wanted to go back a little to what you just said, Ben, and that is about the fact that you are optimistic about what is happening in Latin America and how they are actually a bit of a blueprint when it comes to socialist and leftist resistance. I see that we try it in the West, we try it in Europe, people try it in parts of Africa and of course Asia. But in Latin America, there seems to be quite a successful resistance movement going on. And I am actually wondering, what is the secret? So what is the secret that people are so successful in resisting that severe capitalist dominance you would see in these societies, and actually in societies around the world, and despite media monopolies? So that is a bit of a question that I am grappling with. How is it that there seem to be so many victories, leftist socialist victories in Latin America, despite all these media monopolies and these and capitalist power that you see, and the fact that the United States, of course, is continuously trying to influence elections and overthrow governments. I'm wondering what that secret is, and if Ben has any idea about that. I hope he's still here.
He's going to open the door, but like in the meantime, I was really interested in that same question, and so I was asking people in Brazil, like how the hell did someone like Lula get elected in the first place? Because their media system is totally dominated by right-wing channels, Globo,
right.
And so basically the answers I got were two forms. Basically, you have one thing, you have a great system. One good aspect of the Brazilian media system is before the election, every candidate gets an hour of free airtime. So they were saying that was really key because that was when Lula could directly talk to people without any sort of filter media interpretations and castigating his whole program. And the other thing was, to some extent, lack of trust in the media. That helps because media effects are greatest when levels of trust in the media are high, which, to bring it back to the US, trust in media among Democrats went up massively during the Trump presidency. So media effects there, you would expect them to be a lot higher. But then the other thing was just real world organizations, like having so many IRL organizations, they could get information that out to people that would lead them to vote Lula. So that was the explanation I got for how someone like Lula could get elected even in a country with a media system that's so dominated by the right.
So I don't know if you heard the question, Ben.
I'm sorry. No. Can you repeat? I'm sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. So you were quite optimistic, you said, about what's happening in Latin America, and I think Latin America may actually be a kind of a blueprint for the left around the world, like how to deal with that capitalist monopoly that we see in every society. And we just talked about how the media really dominates everything, all of our lives, actually, to the extent that most people, we discussed this before, most people are anti-war, but like this, you can make them pro-war with the media system. It's amazing. I thought after 9/11 that would not happen again. We have now the Ukraine war, and it just happens like that with how can you say that in English? The snap of a finger. I don't know how you guys say that.
Yeah.
But my question is, how come that in Latin America, relatively, the left or socialists are so successful despite all these media monopolies that we talked about and the severe interference of the United States? Like, what would you say is the secret behind that success?
Well, like I said, I think one of the differences in Latin America is that there is a deep-seated socialist ideology that permeates a lot of these resistance movements that you don't necessarily see in other parts of the global South, even though, I mean, we should support all forms of resistance against colonialism, of course, but of course, not all forms of anti-colonial and anti-imperialist resistance are socialist. I mean, Iran's a good example. Like, the Iranian people overthrew a brutal Western-backed dictatorship, and they have, I mean, absolutely every right to their own independent path to self-determination. And Iran has been a great friend of progressive anti-imperialist movements and socialist movements in Latin America. But obviously the Islamic Revolution is very different from the Cuban Revolution, the Nicaraguan Revolution, the Venezuelan Revolution, the Bolivian process of Evo Morales and the movement towards Socialism Party. I think in Latin America, because of that unique history I talked about with the Cuban Revolution, with Che Guevara, with the victories of the revolutions in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, there's this deep-seated socialist ideology that permeates all resistance movements. And basically, anyone who is opposed to U.S. imperialism is going to adopt a kind of leftist socialist ideology. And it's because of that unique history. Whereas, in Lebanon, in Iraq, in Iran, people who are opposed to imperialism often they gravitate toward a kind of progressive Shia liberation theology. You know, we see with groups like Hezbollah, the PMF in Iraq. So there's unique histories that lead to the rise of certain kinds of political movements. And of course, part of that is because of the political extermination of the left in West Asia, I mean, all across the planet. But in Latin America, because of the victories in Cuba and Nicaragua, the U.S. was not able to exterminate the left completely, which provided a material basis for those movements to continue to survive and thrive. So when we look at the media, I mean, the media concentration in Latin America is just as bad as in the U.S., if not worse, honestly. And we see so many right-wing propaganda outlets that make even CNN look moderate. I mean, the propaganda, for instance, of the right-wing Argentine media. Argentina has the third largest economy in Latin America. In the context of Latin America, it's one of the richer countries, and it has a vicious capitalist class that is extremely reactionary. And right-wing outlets, like specifically this major Latin American website in Spanish called Infobae, is one of the main Latin American media outlets. I mean, they openly refer to any government they dislike as a dictatorship, as a regime. I mean, it's just laughably cartoonishly propagandistic. They don't pretend to be fair and balanced or whatever. So why are people able to challenge that propaganda narrative? I think one, because first of all, a lot of people in the region are simply very working class and come from very humble, poor backgrounds, and they're too focused on working and making ends meet than reading corporate media propaganda. I mean, of course, everyone consumes media in some way, but because there is a lot of there are a lot of very desperate people, especially in countries that have these right-wing neoliberal governments that are really just struggling to make ends meet. You know, it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Like, what's going on in the world and in the news and media is much less important than, working and feeding your family. So there's also just the reality that the material conditions are very different, and that there's still a lot of poverty and desperation in Latin America. But also at the same time, I think that there's the historical consciousness that I was talking about earlier that is very deep in a lot of cultures in Latin America, and it depends on the country, but I'm in Nicaragua, and deeply in Nicaraguan culture, there is a staunch opposition to foreign meddling, to colonialism, and it's not only is it part of the Sandinista revolution, but it is part of Nicaraguan culture in the sense that, the political movement, the Sandinistas, where does that come from? Where does the name Sandinista come from? It means the followers of Sandino. Augusto Sandino was a Nicaraguan liberal general. He started as a liberal, and there was a civil war between the conservatives and the liberals. And then after the Civil War, the U.S. military occupied Nicaragua and had this colonial occupation. Of course, the U.S. claims it never had colonies, which is absurd. The U.S. has colonies still now, like Puerto Rico and America Samoa and other U.S. colonies, so-called territories. Yeah, and Hawaii is also, I mean, it's a state, but it's still a colony. And of course, but the U.S. also had these colonial military occupations of Latin America, like in Nicaragua, for instance. And Sandino was a liberal general who, after the end of the Civil War, he created his own guerrilla army, and it was called the Army in Defense of National Sovereignty. And there were people across Latin America who traveled to Nicaragua to join his guerrilla army in the 1920s and 30s to fight against and successfully expel the colonial U.S. military occupiers. So he is a national hero in Nicaragua. And the Sandinistas, who were, of course, socialists, and they were also influenced by Marxism-Leninism, but they were deeply influenced by Nicaragua's own unique national history as well. And they took that name of Sandino to following in the footsteps of their national hero. And Sandino he's such a national hero in Nicaragua that even the right-wing forces have to pretend that they honor Sandino's legacy, even though they sell out the country to the U.S. So, I mean, I think it's important to understand how these socialist movements in Latin America have also been very successfully and ingeniously been able to combine their own indigenous histories and their own culture in a way that is unique to each respective country, with socialist, socialist traditions that are unique, that are not unique, that are common around the world, with Marxist ideas and philosophy. I mean, I think in each of the three great revolutions in Latin America, the Cuban, Nicaraguan, and Venezuelan revolutions, and then also in the other progressive and socialist movements like in Bolivia and Ecuador and Argentina and Brazil, you see how every political movement and leader is able to combine their unique national identity and culture and also religion. I didn't talk about the role of a progressive form of liberation theology. They've been able to combine them all in a way that I think other socialist movements in other parts of the world have not been able to do as successfully.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about liberation theology because, like, when you're trying to educate people, when you're trying to organize people, we have to remember that information is not something ethereal that floats in the air. It's always physical. It's always instantiated in some sort of physical substrate, whether it's, the way our neurons are wired, ink on a paper, our voice, etc. So, you had people joining factories and within the factory spreading information about unions, how the capitalist system works, how if we organize, we can have better working conditions, etc. Or you can do it through the media. That's also spreading information. But in Latin America, there wasn't really much of a left-wing media that reached tens of millions of people. So for me, I'm wondering, is the key thing there, besides the kind of historical experience and the knowledge of, being on the other side of the whip from the US for quite a while, could the other part of the story be liberation theology, Jesuits, going to small towns and having, in their parish church, educating people, spreading information about how the system works, how it's unfair, and how it really, conflicts with Christian values? Do you think that's a big part of it, or just a minor role? How do you kind of calculate the impact of liberation theology?
It depends on the country. I would say in general across Latin America, it has played a significant role, although not the main role. Christianity has been an important force in most progressive movements outside of Cuba. I should say that, to be honest, Christianity played zero role whatsoever in the Cuban Revolution. It was not a factor at all. And the Communist Party of Cuba at the beginning, in fact, was I wouldn't say antagonistic to religion, but it was not pro-religion, which was unique for the rest of Latin America. In fact, the Cuban Revolution, although it was the first great socialist revolution in Latin America and has been kind of the model for many other struggles, it is also one of the most unique. Whereas I think there's actually more in common between the Nicaraguan and Venezuelan revolutions than between the Nicaraguan and the Cuban revolutions, in the sense that in Nicaragua, on the other hand, Christianity has always played a very important role in the Sandinista struggle. Going back to the armed struggle itself, there were numerous priests who were armed militants who were guerrilla fighters, some of whom were killed and are martyrs. And you can sometimes see in Nicaragua, like in San Juan del Sur, in the public park, there's this big monument to one of the main priests who was actually from Spain. He was a Spanish priest who was a communist, and he came to Nicaragua to fight, and he was martyred. And there are other examples. There were actually two priests who were in the Sandinista, after the overthrow of the Somoza US-backed right-wing regime in 1979, the Sandinistas created a leadership council, and two of the members of the leadership council, which was just 9 people, 2 of them were actually Catholic priests, and they were socialists. So in Nicaragua, Christianity has played an important role, although that's a whole other long story, because the Catholic Church later it was always against the revolution, but especially under Pope John Paul II, it played a very devious role in working with the CIA to support the Contras. John Paul II visited Nicaragua and refused to meet with President Ortega. He refused to support the revolution. And that led to a lot of Sandinistas breaking with Catholicism. And it actually led, interestingly, to a lot of Sandinistas becoming Protestants and even evangelicals, but a kind of progressive form of evangelical Christianity, which is a whole other long story. I mean, in Brazil also, I mean, The evangelicals in Brazil are split between supporting Bolsonaro and supporting Lula. There are progressive evangelicals and there are straight up fascist evangelicals. So it's a very complex history. I mean, we're talking about Colombia. In Colombia, in fact, pretty much all of the armed struggle parties, all of the revolutionary movements that were involved in the armed struggle were in some ways liberation theology influenced. Even the FARC, but also the FARC is more well known, the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. They recently signed a peace agreement with the government in 2016, although the government has actually violated that and has killed hundreds of the signatories of this peace agreement. But there's also another armed socialist group in Colombia that did not put down their guns. That's called the ELN, the Ejército de Liberación Nacional, the National Liberation Army. And they're explicitly a Christian communist organization. They say Jesus was a communist, and I mean, and they follow this guy. They follow this priest named Torres, who was a Catholic priest who became a communist guerrilla. So in those movements, I mean, Christianity plays an important role, but I have to mention another important example. I mentioned that in Cuba, it has its own unique history and Christianity did not play a role. Although since then, there has been a rise of a Christian movement that supports the revolution in Cuba after the revolution. But Bolivia is another interesting exception. And we also have to look at the role of indigenous peoples in the struggle in Bolivia, because Bolivia is unique compared to other countries in Latin America. Bolivia is one of the only countries where the majority of the population is indigenous. Like I said earlier, in Latin America, a majority of the population in every country has some indigenous ancestry, but that doesn't mean culturally that you are from an indigenous community. Usually in Latin America, the indigenous communities tend to speak other indigenous languages that are not Spanish. Of course, Spanish, although it's the language used by most people in Latin America, excluding Brazil and the Caribbean, Spanish is, of course, the colonial language. Technically, it comes from Spanish colonialists, although there are now only around 5% of people who speak Spanish in the world are actually Spaniards. So it's actually interesting to see how people in Latin America have kind of actually reappropriated the Spanish language and made it theirs and taken it away from the colonialists. But anyway, the indigenous communities in Latin America tend to be communities that don't speak Spanish as their native language. They speak Quechua or other tongues. You know, there's a lot of different languages spoken by indigenous communities in Latin America. Maya, and there's hundreds of languages. And in Aymara, in the case of Bolivia, and in Bolivia, the indigenous communities tend to be the basis of the left, whereas the descendants of the European colonialists, who, of course, they were the ones who ran the bourgeois governments and the dictatorships because they were descendants of the European colonialists and they had all the money and all the capital. The descendants of the European colonialists in Bolivia tended to be the supporters of the right wing, and then the indigenous majority tended to support left-wing movements. But the Bolivian indigenous communities, most of them are not Christian. Most of them have their own unique indigenous religions. And when Evo Morales came to power in 2006 and ushered in this revolutionary process in Bolivia that continues to this day through the movement towards socialism party, Christianity has not played a role. In fact, Christianity has been weaponized by the viciously racist right-wing opposition against the indigenous majority. And during the 2019 coup in Bolivia that was backed by the United States, some of the main forces that led this fascist coup against Evo Morales, they were actually very right-wing racist Christians. And this fascist leader who helped lead the coup, named Camacho, when he stormed the presidential palace in November 2019, he did so next to a priest who had a Bible. And then he said that Pachamama will never enter the palace again. And Pachamama is the name of the indigenous mother spirit that is seen as, you know, this kind of motherly Mother Earth figure in Bolivian indigenous religion. And also we saw that the dictator who became the first female dictator of Latin America, which is a great, I mean, see, the U.S. tried to use this kind of colonialist bourgeois feminism. Janina Áñez, when she entered the presidential palace, she did so with a giant Bible, and she said, Jesus has entered the palace once again. So although I spent a lot of time, this is a complex answer, I spent a lot of time talking about the importance of Christianity in certain struggles. I think at the same time, we should see that Christianity has also been a tool used by colonizers to try to maintain that kind of colonial mission. And Bolivia is a great example of that.
Right. I was just going to say, like Christianity has most often been a tool of empire, of course, to make people indoctrinate their own inferiority. But I want to ask a quick question. I think Nick also wants to jump in. So
No rush. I just want to make sure, Ben, you good on time. We have another 30 minutes, and we appreciate your contribution. Do you have another 25 minutes? I just want to check in, make sure you're good on time.
Yeah, I have no rush. There's no worries.
All right, great. So, Cream, no rush at all. I just want to make sure Ben is good. You can ask your question. I may chime in if I have something I want to chime in with. But go ahead, Cream. I just want to make sure we're good.
Yeah, quick question. So you talk about that the descendants of Europeans are often part of the more the capitalist class, you could say, the ruling class, and you see that in many Latin American countries. Indigenous people often, because of their situation, tend to go to the left, more socialist. My question is, do you see any multiracial coalitions in Latin America with regards to resistance? And why am I asking this? Because I think this is one of the biggest problems we have in the West. And I speak with experience in Europe, of course. It's that binding across different groups, and in particular ethnic groups. I mean, white supremacy is one hell of a drug. It's just it's impossible for our left in Western Europe to bind with other marginalized communities. And I wonder if you see if Latin America and many countries are so successful because they're more homogenous on the left side, or is there maybe some other kind of secret that I just don't know about?
Well, my answer would be all of them. 100% of them are multiracial, of the successful leftist movements. But I think that's because we have to think of it very differently in Latin America. What I was saying earlier is that even the idea of race in Latin America is very different, because the vast majority of the population has indigenous ancestry, and the idea of whiteness is completely different. I mean, being considered white in Latin America is often what would be considered Latino in the US, right? Like a lot of light-skinned Cubans who are considered white in the US are actually still considered Latino, right? So in many countries in Latin America, there also are basically no white people, like in the sense that of people who are European. Like I said, most people, pretty much everyone, has mixed ancestry. So they have African ancestors, indigenous ancestors, and/or European. Like I said, Hugo Chavez, he constantly stressed in his speeches, he said, I am part African, part indigenous, and part European. And that is reflected in most countries. I mean, I'm in Nicaragua. There are basically no one would be considered what's considered white in the US. Like less than 1% of the population. And they're all people who are foreign born pretty much. So, and that's true in most of Latin America. Now, Argentina is a unique case, because I talked about earlier how this isn't in any way to justify Spanish colonialism, which was brutal and genocidal and murderous. But like I said, the Spanish colonizers didn't have the same kind of style of colonialism as the British in North America and the French, who carried out genocidal settler colonialism, and they ethnically cleansed the indigenous population and murdered them all. In Latin America, there was much more. I mean, again, a lot of it was rape. It was straight up, rape. It wasn't consensual, but there was a lot more interbreeding with the indigenous populations, and there wasn't total. I mean, there was. I want to stress, there was absolute genocide against indigenous communities, but there wasn't this attempt to, in some countries at least, there wasn't the attempt to just completely erase the indigenous population and repopulate it with white settlers, like we saw in other colonial projects, right? So as a result of that history, in most countries in Latin America, pretty much everyone is partially indigenous. So, I mean, every political movement is multiracial, including the right wing. I mean, there are in fact, a lot of very dark-skinned people who support right-wing politics. It's not the majority, of course, but people have mixed consciousness because racial identity doesn't actually operate in the same way. By the way, I think this is one of the other reasons the left has been so successful in Latin America, is because in the US and Canada, white supremacy has been a tool that has been able to be used by the ruling class to divide the left, to divide the working class. Whereas in Latin America, that hasn't been nearly as successful because everyone pretty much has indigenous ancestry. Now, Argentina is a unique case. I mentioned that although there was genocide against indigenous peoples across Latin America, it often wasn't the same kind of depopulation of the indigenous to replace them with white settlers as in the U.S. Argentina is an exception. In Argentina, there was a lot of Italian immigration, and there was much more brutal ethnic cleansing of indigenous communities. And because of that, the Argentine population is much more lighter skinned and of European ancestry. And estimates show that around 40% of Argentines come from European immigration. And it's very common to see Argentines with Italian last names. So in Argentina, that has been actually a more pernicious problem is the problem of white supremacy and racism against darker skinned people. And we see this very clearly reflected in Argentine politics, where there are very few dark skinned people involved in politics.
And their history, Second World War, after the Second World War.
Of course. I mean, but the thing about that, though, at the same time, what's not that well known is that there are people who know that a lot of Nazis and fascists went to Argentina, but there were also even more who went to Brazil and who went to Bolivia and who went to Ecuador. I mean, there were fascists and Nazis who went to and Chile, who went to countries across Latin America. They get more attention in Argentina, but I mean, Brazil. I mean, looking at Brazil is an interesting example because Brazil is a country where over half of the population has African ancestry and would be considered, in the US, they would be considered Black, although it's more complicated in Brazil, right? Because if over half the population has African ancestry, the idea of being Black is more complex. So in Brazil, there were a lot of Nazis. There are actually more Nazis who went to Brazil than to Argentina, and they created fascist organizations. And some of those fascist organizations played a key role in getting Bolsonaro elected. So anyway, the point is that I think we have to think about race differently in Latin America because of that unique history. And the reality is that pretty much every political movement is multiracial, including some of the right-wing movements. Although, of course, the right wing tends to be more heavily dominated by the lighter-skinned elite. So the point I'll make here, summarize, is that among the light-skinned elites who tend to have European ancestry, they tend to disproportionately be right-wingers. But in all of the political movements, they are multiracial movements. So there are lighter-skinned people involved in left-wing movements, but because the lighter-skinned people tend to be descendants of Europeans and they have more access to capital, they tend to be more right-wing. But that doesn't mean that every single right-wing movement is light-skinned, because they still represent a minority. And there are a lot of darker-skinned right-wing people in Latin America, which shows that even though white supremacy is a tool, an ideology used by colonialists and capitalists to advance their interests, I mean, it's not the only tool they have, and they still have dark-skinned capitalists who are totally willing to exploit other dark-skinned people.
Yeah, I mean, that fits in with like what Kareem and I talk about a lot, like looking at racism as a psychological phenomenon. Like you create a category, and this is like a pseudoscientific category, and that's the origin. It's not rooted in science and biology. It's a category that's created, and then our minds are really adept at thinking in categorical terms and creating in-groups and out-groups. But people in the US have to remember, like, their racial categorization system is just made up. And around the world, there's entirely different systems of categorizing people. So like when people in the US kind of extrapolate their racial categorization system to the rest of the world, it can be very misleading.
Yeah, and I think what Ben says is touches on the crux of the problem, and that is that you see that in Latin America, it's multiracial, but it's multiracial because so many people share the same kind of heritage when you go back a few generations or multiple generations. And countries where you don't see that, like in Europe, it's so incredibly difficult for the left to bind. Like the experiences of the different groups are so difficult. Malaysia is also a case in point. I lived in Malaysia for 3 years. And the three groups that were separated during British colonialism, in particular the Malays, the Chinese, and the Indians, they have been separated so much, and they are of such a different ethnic background that you just see that severe division is so hard to overcome. It's amazing, and I wish we had that kind of similarity among different groups in the West as well, but we don't, and I just don't see how we can overcome this. It's not only the United States; it's pretty much everywhere. Racism, it has been such an incredibly successful tool to separate people. That I just don't see how we can overcome that, because we don't have that shared heritage, so to speak, that a lot of people in Latin American countries have. I don't know if you have anything to say about that, Ben. It's more of a statement, but
yeah, well, it's a very difficult contradiction that I think no one really has the golden solution to. But in terms of Latin America, I mean, again, as both of you said, it's really interesting to see how different ideas of race are. And, you can go to a very working class barrio, a very working class neighborhood, and you'll see people who are like lighter skinned. I mean, they're not really of European descent, but they're just lighter skinned, but they're from a very poor or working class background. And they live right next to people who are very dark skinned. And like the idea of separation based on race or skin color is not as prominent in most of Latin America, although again, it's different with indigenous communities like in Bolivia. In Bolivia, there's a lot of segregation between the indigenous communities and the non-indigenous communities, even though a lot of the non-indigenous communities would not be considered white in the US. So in that case, the contradiction is not so much about skin color, it's about indigeneity or non-indigeneity. And so you see people like Janina Áñez, who was the dictator of Bolivia, who in the US would definitely not be considered white. She would be considered, Latina. She would be considered brown-skinned, but she also dyed her hair blonde and referred to indigenous people as satanic. So we see also an attempt by some of these right-wing forces to try to adopt elements of US white supremacist ideology and try to import it into Latin America, but it's still extremely different. So I think we have to understand that the material conditions that give rise to this idea of race as a social construction, as a form of social control. And like I said, that book by Theodore Allen, The Invention of the White Race, it's a brilliant book because it just shows, objectively speaking, historically, how colonialists invented this idea of whiteness and constantly moved the goalposts, changing what it means to be white, allowing new groups to assimilate into whiteness in order to better maintain control over society, to exploit African slave labor, to exploit indigenous peoples, to commit genocide. I mean, it is a very powerful tool, and I agree with you that I don't know how it's going to be overcome, but I think there's no one solution. It's the responsibility of socialists involved in these struggles to incorporate, this anti-racist perspective into the heart of their politics. It has to be a key part of this, because we have to understand that racism is part of class, right? That capitalism as a system was built on colonial subjugation of the global South. It was built on slavery, the enslavement of African people, and the idea of whiteness is inextricably linked to the creation of capitalism. So if we want to overcome capitalism and resist capitalism and fight against it, we also have to fight against white supremacy and see them as part of the same structure. So I think we have to resist the very social democratic kind of this was in vogue in the first campaign of the Bernie movement, right? Like the first Bernie campaign, the idea that racism is like the separate struggle, and of course we're against racism, but we need to focus on class and not race. I think we need to resist that class reductionist perspective, but also at the same time, of course, understand how race is being once again used by the ruling class and by especially the Democratic Party to create this kind of superficial neoliberal anti-racism that removes a class analysis from anti-racism. And we once again see how the ruling class has been trying to use race in an even more sophisticated way to divide the working class, whereas the old school colonialists and the white supremacists would try to use race to divide the working class by saying that darker skinned people they're supposedly inferior or whatever. But now we see these neoliberal forces in the Democratic Party turn that on its head and try to divide the working class in a whole other way. It's very sophisticated, and it once again shows how deeply ingrained white supremacist ideology is into the structures of capitalism.
Yeah, and like so much of it comes down to ignorance and how the media system doesn't do its job of informing people about U.S. foreign policy or the rest of the world. Because I think the overwhelming majority of these people, they come at it from a good place. Like they really do want to be anti-racist. They want to be egalitarian. But if your concern for racism ends at the United States borders, and if you have like a U.S. passport, then I can care about you and the harms that you face as a result of racism. But you're completely ignorant of the rest of the world and how the violent effects of U.S. imperialism affect mostly non-white people. Then your anti-racism is, it's a I don't even know what the right word is. It's very saddening because you can tell that like in their hearts, they're coming at it from a good place, but because they're kept ignorant, their form of anti-racism is very parochial.
And I want to add this because I like what Ben said and what Peter added on, the fact that the liberal class, they will use race to divide the workers, and that's their job to engage in the culture war, to distract from the important issues, the same way the right will engage in the same thing. And I was having a conversation with some guy, and he was like, I was trying to explain to him that the people that they are complaining about being quote unquote woke, they're not on the left. These are neoliberals that you guys mostly agree with, because these are the same people who they swear they're anti-racist, but you can't say you're anti-racist when you vote for Joe Biden, who is responsible for millions of dead Iraqis. And that's just one of many crimes. It'll take me all day to go through his resume. Someone who I call is the most anti-black politician. So I think it's very important to keep it substance-based when you talk about these kind of things. And that's how I pull people out of the two-party duopoly, is bring up the fact that none of these people are on sides. The right wing play the culture war as well to distract from class war issues, the same way that neoliberals has hijacked what it actually means to be woke. Woke came from the black community about being wise, being aware of your surroundings. And they hijacked it and they turned into, oh, we got a black lady who's the vice president, even though she's an imperialist, even though she is a tool of the prison industrial complex. So I want to add that part. I want to pass it to Corinne. Do you guys have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, no. Just what Ben, to reaffirm what Ben said, just the arbitrariness of the concept of race. I always say you can just go to two neighboring countries, Greece and Turkey, and Greece are lumped together with the Swedish people as being white, and the Turks, similar to Greeks. People from Greece are not white. Even though if you go to Istanbul, it's just like a European city and people look like Europeans, but they are just not considered white because majority Muslim. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you want to make it really complicated. So what are Cypriots? Like Cyprus?
Right, exactly. Or what is a half Turkish, half Greek person? I mean, we can keep going like that. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I just wanted to say tomorrow we are going to talk to Dr. Gerald Horne. I don't know if you know him, Ben, and we are definitely going.
Genius, one of the most brilliant historians alive today, a complete genius. I mean,
right,
that guy, his books have been so influential on me. Everyone needs to read his book, The Counter-Revolution of 1776.
Right.
Dish out to Kareem and Betby for getting Dr. Gerald Horne on the summit for us. So just so you guys are not confused, that's Sunday morning for us. You guys know Kareem and Peter in Hong Kong, so that's Sunday 10 a.m. Eastern time when he'll be joining. But sorry, I'll pass it back to Kareem, and then we're gonna wrap up this panel in about 5 minutes here.
Yeah, so no, I would just wanted to say to Ben, we are definitely going to dive into that whole race question more. We also did that with Jan Breeman yesterday, the professor from the Netherlands, and how that is just seeped into all these colonial empires, from France to the Netherlands, Belgium, and how that just is dominating our lives today. And I find Latin America is such an interesting case in that sense. Like, if there is a future for us together, you would almost think that the way that Latin America has intermingled and it becomes so blurry that the whole construct of race is becoming a problematic construct. I think maybe that's in the end the kind of future that we have to go to, or I don't know. It's just a thought. I don't have anything to ask right now.
I want to I'm gonna add
Jose,
this one. I'm gonna add this last thing because I know there was a question about how we can overcome, especially this big racial divide. And one thing that gives me hope, because we're gonna have the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, and one thing I've been talking about all the time is like this solidarity that between Black activists and Palestinian activists. And then I talk to a lot of Latino activists, and I stand in solidarity with them because I see the crimes that ICE commit at the border. Just for example, and I can connect that to the police state that we're affected by. And now, especially in my generation, I'm starting to see a lot more of this cross solidarity instead of oppression Olympics that the liberals put on us to divide us. I'm starting to see people being able to connect our issues together more. And we have white allies on our side, but I think it's more important for our community to connect and hold hands and realize that we are in the struggle together. And we're going to have the U.S. Palestinian Network. We're going to talk about Israel-Palestine, but they're also going to talk about that issue of solidarity and how they show solidarity for other disenfranchised communities like the Black community as well. So I do want to appreciate your time, Ben, and I appreciate you joining us for the Anti-Imperialist Summit. I want to give you one opportunity to say any final words, or you can plug, promote anything you want to as well, Ben.
Yeah, well, I'll just really briefly respond. Soya asked about the USSR and in Latin America, and
yeah, absolutely, you can respond to that.
Soya. Really quickly, the history of the Soviet Union is seen very fondly on the Latin American left, across the Latin American left, and still today, Russia is also seen very positively across the Latin American left as an ally. Even after restoring capitalism, the Russian Federation has been quite supportive of progressive movements in Latin America. What's interesting is that the U.S. policy and NATO expansion policy of surrounding Russia with military bases, preventing Russia from having allies, it actually, in some ways, it forced the Russian Federation, which is capitalist, to adopt a very similar foreign policy to the Soviet Union. So whereas the Soviet Union was motivated, of course, by socialist solidarity, the Soviet Union sent arms to national liberation struggles around the world, across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. People fighting colonialism received AKs from the Soviet Union and bombs and weapons to kill colonizers. And if it weren't for the Soviet Union, I think it's important to keep in mind that a lot of the anti-colonial struggles probably, unfortunately, wouldn't have been able to successfully defeat the colonial occupiers. It was because of that militant armed struggle and the military support from the Soviet Union. Of course, along with domestic organization, indigenous groups working together across the planet. I mean, I'm not saying it was only the Soviet Union, but it was a very important factor. And in Latin America, there's no exception. I mean, in the Cuban Revolution, the Soviet Union was very important in supporting the struggle. In Nicaragua and the Sandinista Revolution, the Soviet Union was very important. And what I was going to say is that what's interesting is that where the Soviet Union was motivated by socialist solidarity against colonialism and imperialism, the Russian Federation, of course, it's motivated by its own national interests. It doesn't have the same anti-imperialist socialist ideology that the Soviet Union had, but its foreign policy in Latin America is very similar. Russia's closest allies are Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. Venezuela and Nicaragua have very close military collaboration with Russia. In fact, when the U.S., at the peak of its coup attempts against Venezuela with Juan Guaido and the violent coup attempts backed by the U.S., Russia sent troops to Venezuela and planes to Venezuela very publicly as a sign to the United States saying, do not invade Venezuela. And I think actually it was partially because of the alliance with Russia and the support from the Russian Federation that the U.S. did not invade Venezuela. We know that Trump was considering a military invasion of Venezuela. So, still today, Russia actually does have a very positive impression, especially among the Latin American left. And what's actually kind of funny is a lot of the Latin American right, which of course tends to be very pro-US, very pro-imperialist, and tends to be funded by the U.S., they still use this kind of Cold War rhetoric against Russia, portraying Russia as socialist, although it's not socialist. So there's a very interesting history there that should be unpacked. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the USSR and Latin America, it played a very positive role, and not just in Latin America, across the global South in many revolutionary anti-colonial struggles.
Yeah,
But on that note, thanks for having me. I know you said you want to wrap up here, and you asked where people can find my work. I mean, if people want to find my journalism, they can go to multipolarista.com, and it's all there. So thanks for having me. This was a great discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate your contribution.
Yeah.
One thing I want to add as well, especially with the USSR, and you can say they did because they wanted to weaken America, but they did a great service to the civil rights movement by helping spread racial diversity. They will expose the crimes of the U.S. empire. Like they printed Emmett Till's dead body. They will show the police violence that went on in our community. And you can debate whether they did that. They did that because they had legit anti-racist principles. Doesn't really matter to me. They showed material support to us as well. And you see how they were spreading anti-racist propaganda. Well, I guess I can call it that, right? To make the United States look bad. So anyway, I just want to add that because I love that perspective that been added to the conversation. So thank you for joining us once again. It was an honor, and I love your work as well. So have a good rest of your night, man.
Thank you. Yeah, really quick other historical fact. There's actually an article in mainstream liberal media admitting this, that the U.S. desegregation of the military was also because of pressure from the Soviet Union, because this was at the beginning, in the 1950s, at the beginning of the Cold War, and especially after the Korean War, also because the U.S. military wanted to use black and brown people as cannon fodder in its imperialist wars. But it was also because the Soviet Union, they constantly emphasized the barbarism of U.S. white supremacy and Jim Crow. So the U.S. military realized that they had to desegregate because it was doing political reputational damage to the U.S. war machine. So they said, okay, the Soviet Union keeps attacking us for segregation of the military. We have to desegregate. So, I mean, let's not forget how all of the civil rights leaders were attacked by the U.S. government and the corporate media as called like Russian shills. They were called like even MLK, who, now he's been so, sanitized. Of course, he was a socialist and he was anti-war. But MLK in his day, when he was being viciously attacked by the media, he was called a Russian agent, smeared as a Russian agent, a Kremlin shill or Kremlin agent. So, I mean, those smears that we see today are not new.
And race is still the Achilles heel of the West. I mean, see the whole problem with the Ukraine and refugees and how that goes. And it's still, and you see it also when you go to CGTN or RT, it's still being used as one of the biggest, how can you say that, tools for foreign nations actually to attack the West. I think that it is the biggest Achilles heel of the West, and maybe even will be the reason for the demise of the Western Empire, just the severe division between its peoples. But I'll be quiet now.
Well said. It was excellent to have you, Ben. And I will never kick Kareem and Peter off a panel. You guys can chill if you guys want. I know you guys did a lot of work today. And you guys got a few panels you guys gonna do as well. Make sure you guys subscribe to BetBeat Media as well, because this is a RBN and BetBeat collaboration summit. They got Ben Norton for us. They also got Dr. Gerald Horn for us. So they put a lot of work, and we appreciate their contribution. So once again, we appreciate everything you do, Ben, and big shout out to you and all your work.
Same, comrades. Keep up the great work. Talk soon.
I think take care.
See you guys.
So now we're gonna transition to the next panel.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave, guys. I just woke up. It's very early, so
yeah, absolutely. Have a good day.
Okay.
See you, Nick.
Bye.
Yeah, see you, Peter. Have a
Bye.
good day, guys. Now, I want to Zoya was hanging out here in the background. Want to reintroduce my friend. You guys know my wonderful co-host. Zoya is love. Zoya is life. How you doing? We got a lot of great guests for this final panel of the Revolutionary Blackout Anti-Imperialist Summit. How you doing, Zoya? Sticking in there? We already had an earlier panel.
Oh yeah, this is the finish line, and we're going to finish strong with a lot of awesome, knowledgeable guests that I feel privileged enough to call friends. Here
So
they
actually,
come, all loading in.
a lot of these people I've seen on Twitter. This is the first time I have opportunity to have a conversation with these wonderful comrades. So I want to give you an opportunity because this is the first time we have you guys on show. Let me take the banner off so you guys can see their names and everything. Let me fix this. I'm sorry, 1 second. And then I want to give you guys an opportunity. There you go. Now you guys see their names, their handles. Now I want to introduce Mikey. I know we talked a few times on Twitter, and I always love your takes on all these issues. So I want to take this opportunity to introduce you, and then we go Rick, and then we will go Brad. Kind of how your politics and when you start really getting into activism, into politics. So just kind of good introduction to yourself, Mikey.
Aloha, yeah. Thanks for having me on, Nick. Nice to finally talk to you via video. Yeah, so my name's Mikey. I live in Hawaii. I'm an Asian settler. I use he, him pronouns. And I'm born and raised here on Oahu. And I'm an organizer with the Oahu Water Protectors and the Shutdown Red Hill Mutual Aid Collective. And over the past about 7 months now, we have been organizing to shut down Red Hill, which is a series of fuel tanks that contain at their maximum about 250 million gallons of toxic jet fuel and marine diesel that were constructed in World War II and have been leaking ever since. In 2014, they leaked about 14,000 gallons of jet fuel, and in late 2021, tens of thousands more gallons of fuel leaked, but this time directly into the Navy's water lines, which went to thousands of people, mainly in military housing, but also into certain civilian communities where thousands of people, children, babies, and pets were poisoned. And for about 100,000 households, their water is still undrinkable. Their homes are still contaminated. Yeah, it's wild and just unconscionable, right? I mean, it's a literal war crime because it's also happening on stolen land with stolen resources and, despoiling such a precious water source. But anyway, we'll definitely get into more of that later. But so through Oahu Water Protectors, we successfully mobilized, organized, and agitated to the point where just about a month ago, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin had to announce that they were planning to permanently shut down Red Hill for good. But there are still families that need help, that need solidarity, that need mutual aid. And we are continuing to build power because we are facing a historic drought in the summer due to climate change, which is also caused by the military in large part, but also because we have lost access to about 50% of our downtown Honolulu water supply because they were shut off by the Board of Water Supply as with an abundance of caution because the Navy is not being transparent or possibly doesn't even know how the fuel plume that continues to be in our aquifer is moving. And if that fuel continues to travel and eventually gets into our municipal water system, that could spell the end of life on Oahu as we know it. So this is why we're continuing to organize and to fight, because the fight is really just beginning. And that's kind of what me and Brad are engaged in mutual aid as well, is to serve the people, but also to build bridges of solidarity between military families and Kanaka Maoli, who are the ancestral relations of this land and its historical protectors and defenders.
Well said, Mikey. And when I actually talk about the climate crisis, when I talk about our ruling class polluting our water, I have a much different rhetoric than you find from the standard shit-lib who don't really care about the issue. Where my form of climate activism is abolishing the military and prison industrial complex. And now when we talk about the climate issue as well, it's honestly at this point we got to try and mitigate the damage, and it's really too late based on how our corporate masters have destroyed the planet. But I think it's also time for conversations about climate justice. Now that's a conversation that makes people uncomfortable. And Mikey, do you want to add something? It seemed like you want to. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah. But I want to give everyone else a chance to introduce themselves. But yeah, I mean,
Mikey, can you please just tell the audience who don't know you as an organizer about what you won in Hawaii against the Pentagon?
Oh, to abolish the U.S. military. But also,
But you
yeah, I
guys,
mean,
but you guys had a victory there, right?
oh yes, yes, yes. So yeah, we were able to extract a world historic victory from the U.S. military, which rarely takes L's, right? But we extracted a pretty big one through engaging existing international solidarity networks with comrades in Guahan, Palestine, Korea, Okinawa, all over the world. Red Nation. All of these indigenous collectives. Steve Donziger was one of the most proactive people to help signal boost our message. A bunch of comrades online, including y'all, it's been a wild ride, very little sleep, but miles to go before we get more sleep. But I mean, rest is revolutionary too. But also, just speaking to U.S. military as the greatest polluter on the planet, right? They they have a larger carbon footprint than over 140 countries combined, and I think it was Abby Martin and Mike Preisner are working on a film about this. But like, even if every single country on the planet, including the United States, go to net zero, if the U.S. military continues to exist, we still will not reach our climate projections. And as we just learned, right, with the final IPCC report, until the window closes on our ability to act on this, we have about 30 months left, give or take. And that's assuming that knockoff effects and cascade effects don't make us already too late. But I don't think we're too late. And even if we are, I want to fight for the ashes. I want to provide palliative care to a dying planet, or dying humanity. But I still don't believe it's too late. I'm all about this. Hope is a discipline, right? As Miriam Kaba has often said, I need to see that in my living room every day because I need a constant reminder. But yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why we gotta fight is because we got to, in my opinion, I think we have to implement socialism because that's the only way we can survive in a post-climate crisis world. Because we are in that post-climate crisis environment. Now we can kind of help scale it back, but we got game plan ways to survive this. Because whether you guys believe it or not, the capitalist class is going to be okay. And I'm not talking about the workers. You guys are not capitalists. You guys are workers, right? I'm talking about the millionaire class, the people who made the climate crisis worse. They're going to find their bunkers. They're going to be able to relocate. But what about the millions that going to have to migrate in places that are inhabitable right now? But maybe we will touch base on this a little bit later. I don't want to rant too much. I want to get, I think I said Rick next. I think I said Rick is next. So let's do Rick and then we do Brad as an introduction in terms of how you got in politics, what kind of radicalized you, and what kind of organizing work you do, if any. Like what, Rick, this is a good time to introduce yourself.
Hello everyone. Nice to see everyone outside of the Twitter space. I don't use my name formally and I shouldn't, but I will today. So I've been organizing for quite a bit now. I started a while ago when I was in my teenage years in India. I was part of the Students Federation of India, organizing in my home state in West Bengal, Kolkata. And then currently I'm in the United States in Dallas, in the DFW Metroplex, specifically in Arlington. And I've been, involved with a few organizations, particularly the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. And initially I was working with essentially student work, and now I've continued into mass organizing, community-based organizing with regards to police related crimes and organizing communities and heightening their political consciousness against the arm of the state, which represses oppressed nationalities, communities in every sector, in every segment of this country that was usurped from the indigenous people and then utilized for its own capital gain, and then repression and the bringing in of slaves from Africa, and the continued harassment of people across United States as well. As Mikey said, Hawaii is one example. Puerto Rico is another example of neo-colonial, places where this happens as well. And my organizing basically surrounds organizing against repression by the police, heightening their consciousness, and working towards a more democratic form of policing. That is what we call in our organization. And I work with the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, what we know as community control of the police. It's a transitory phase in which we believe that it will give and empower community organizers to have more control over the police, and ultimately, when we have our successes and victories, we will abolish the system of capitalism, and then we will have we will have more empowerment of the peoples of this country. That's what if there's more questions,
I
can go on.
We got a few topics we want to get into as well. I want to get Brad an opportunity to introduce yourself. You can add anything to what we discussed as well, but just give me your general political takes and where you at, and just a general introduction.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Hey, Mikey. Nice to meet you on the video call, Rick. I've heard you in some spaces before. I was smiling to myself, realizing, I know who Rick is. But yeah, I'm Brad. I'm a white Haole settler in Hawaii. I'm a software developer by day, and got family, kids, all that business. But yeah, I kind of, in my free time, like to read a lot. Been reading more like theory, history, kind of just trying to figure out why the world is the way it is kind of how I got to where I am. I come from pretty a variety of privileged positionalities, but it bothered me that I did not understand why there was so much injustice and inequality surrounding me, and I kind of just relentlessly kept reading until I kind of found Marxism, Leninism, and it kind of helped make sense of almost everything that I saw around me in ways that more accessible ways of looking at the world just could not explain these phenomena I was seeing. So that's kind of how I got to kind of where I'm at. As Mikey mentioned, some of the organizing work we do, been involved in several mutual aid organizations. Also tried to organize some kind of collective study groups to kind of elevate the consciousness of folks who are doing organizing work, in the hopes that we can, through those works, not only build connections in community, but elevate our own consciousness and understanding of the circumstances in which we find ourselves, which here in Hawaii centers very much around colonialism, imperialism, and capitalism, with Hawaii being really the center of U.S. operations in the Pacific, and one of the first outposts of American imperial domination, with the overthrow and annexation of Hawaii occurring shortly after the closing of the frontier at Wounded Knee, and the American capitalist imperialist class then turning a view to the broader world and the domination of the entire Pacific. And so I think that's something I always keep in mind when I think about and when I look around and see situations like Red Hill, all the other ways that the military occupation of Hawaii and the way that Hawaiian culture is just commodified and sold in service to this toxic combination of military, militarism and tourism, and the whole concept of this paradise that is sold to, mostly unwitting, just ordinary people who want to just have a vacation. It's just very indicative of the ways that, capitalism can take something that's very just extremely beautiful and one of the most incredible places and cultures in existence, and can just cheapen it and turn it into something plastic that so those are kind of the things I think a lot about and read a lot about. I've always been a history nerd, and so I've been kind of really appreciating these perspectives that help me understand history versus when I was a kid and I'd read like World War II history, but never really could make sense of any of it. So
yeah, same here. And I explained this many times how history actually helped radicalize me, right? And we were talking about conspiracy theories earlier when we had our history of CIA panel, and I always brought up like the idea that people don't conspire is ridiculous, because when you study history, you realize that human history is the history of people conspiring, maintaining power, coming with secret plots, and then you also see the history of the human race is the history of colonialism, of war, of empire. So I'm seeing this happen over and over again. I'm seeing governments lie to people over and over again. So then I'm looking at today. I'm like, am I really supposed to believe that all this horrific shit that I read in history is gone? So since I learned when you read history, you learn what's possible, and then when you know what's possible, I'll start looking around like, okay, who's doing the evil shit today? Like when you look at when Napoleon, what King Leopold, when you look at like the most influential leaders, some people responsible for some of the worst crimes, I was like, all right, who's doing that today? And I just so happened to grow up during the Iraq War, and it was pretty easy to see who was the big bad guy then. I saw George Bush killing millions of Middle Eastern people. So I want to get Zoya in here as well. She helped throw this panel together. She's much more acquainted with a lot of these people on the panel more than I am. Zoya, for people who may not know you, give you a quick introduction and your general take on like imperialism. Good way to introduce you for this panel. We're to move on to the next topic. I want to get Zoya Love in here.
Well, I'm Nick's anger translator. No, I'm just kidding. I co-founded 10 Demands with Nick. I consider him a friend, but also I just want to take a minute to thank Nick and CJ and Josana and Sabby and Rome and JB and all the amazing people at Revolutionary Blackout Network for putting together these summits and covering these very important topics, because I don't see anyone else doing it. And not only do they educate the masses, but they actually focus on organizing and how we can change this energy into action. So thank you very much for everything this network does. And thank you to Mikey, Rick, and Brad for joining us today. They are organizers in real life, which I have a real appreciation for. It's easy to be angry online or overwhelmed or frustrated, but these are people who are actually getting out there in community, building solidarity, and taking action into their hands, which is what I ideally want everybody who watches this network to do.
Well said, Zoya. Now that we got a good introduction, now since this is the Anti-Imperialist Summit, I actually talk about imperialism all the time because I can tie it to a ton of topics, and also by doing that, it makes it very easy to define the problem that we are dealing with. So, I see a lot of people make mistakes when I see them act as climate activists, where they immediately head into the ordinary people had to make sacrifices. Well, I just tell people like, no, I think we need to focus on the global rich. I think we need to focus on the military industrial complex, because without focusing on them, all these little minor small changes, it's just something that will just make us feel better. And I'm not just saying this. Look at this headline. I reported on this quite a while ago. The global rich must cut their carbon footprint by 97%. Now, once you combine that with the fact that you had the U.S. military, which is the largest polluter, to me, it seems like our goal should be obvious. Our target should be obvious. Instead of telling people to stop using straws, how about we cut the military budget? How about we actually implement a system where we redistribute the wealth? Because that's what we want to do, redistribute the power. So I want to actually let's go reverse order this time. Let's start with Brad, and we go Rick and Mikey. Based on what you guys have seen in your political organizing, your political knowledge as well, what do you think is the best messaging? Like, what steps that our generation should be taking in terms of addressing the climate crisis? What steps are you taking? What do you kind of advocate for? Let's start with Brad. I know that's a broad question, but you can take that however you want.
Sure. Thanks. Yeah, really important stuff to think through. I think one of the challenges out there is there's this. It's really remarkable to see how quickly the discourse moved from climate denialism to climate doomerism. And I think that is largely a product of our very individualistic, the kind of culture that capitalism generates, where people's identities are entirely about like wrapped up in your just like individual like consumption preferences and
people people literally define their personalities based on what they consume.
Yeah,
I'm an Apple
and-
user.
Yeah.
I'm a Marvel movie fan. Like, bro, that's just your consumption. That's not who you are. But that's people
Totally.
convinced that. But that's a great point, bro. I just want to chime in. That's a great point.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's it's kind of an uphill battle as far as that goes, because also the other side of that is that in the neoliberal era, there's not been a lot of wins for any kind of like collective organizations in the United States in particular. So a lot of people just don't have, like as a materialist, as a Marxist, like we understand like that our thought processes, our ideas, our entire way of viewing the world is largely shaped and determined by our life experiences and the relations and the habits and the activities that we engage in. And so for people who grow up in this combination of this individualistic culture, consumption preferences, thinking of yourself as a consumer before and focusing on how you interact with the circulation sphere of the economy, and ignoring or just like being politely quiet about the whole how you interact with the productive sphere as like a worker or someone who's petty bourgeois or this, that, and the other. With that kind of culture, and then the combination of not having the experience in your life of like winning something through collective action, it's just very, very easy for people to slide straight into just like a doomerism. So I think that's like a big challenge. I don't know exactly. I think that like the necessity as economic conditions deteriorate, I think that we're probably going to see a lot more struggle emerge, and you will begin to see people will begin to reacquire those experiences of collective action, like we see like with the Amazon labor union, some of those kinds of struggles. And that will literally begin to reshape the wiring of people's brains to where they have a different expectation, a different way of relating to the world. So I'm hopeful that some of those contradictions that are causing like a decline in overall living standards, and honestly a decline in the what could be called the wages of whiteness, or like a labor aristocracy, and the generally advantageous position that the United States economy occupies in relation to the rest of the world, where resources and labor that are cheap in so much of the world, Latin America, Africa, South Asia, means that I can go buy bananas for like 45 cents a pound. I think that as some of those kind of perks, the upsides of imperialism start to deteriorate, I think that we're going to see just a continued increase in those kinds of, class struggle within the United States. And out of that, I think people will begin to have a different mindset, or at least I'm hopeful that they will.
Yeah, thank you for that, Brad. I also want to get Rick in here. I want to share this because Mikey sent me this great story here, because it kind of sums up what I was saying. So let's take a look at this. I'm gonna give Rick's thoughts as well. You see, survival of the richest. The wealthy are plotting to leave us behind, and not only just the climate crisis. This is a great article. I'm definitely gonna. I was skimming through. I'm gonna definitely read this whole thing. But it even connects to the imperialism that we're seeing now. Like when you see the sanctions war and economic war that's going on against Russia, when they know food shortages is gonna start, they know that this is gonna devastate the quality of life in Europe. But it's one of the things where the rich is not going to be affected. You think rising gas prices? You think the sacrifices of offensive imperialism that is NATO and the United States strategy actually going to impact the rich? I don't think so. So I want to get Rick in here. You can add to the general conversation, but we also talking about how the relationship between like imperialism, militarism, and the fight for climate justice. So you can add anything you want, Rick.
Yeah, essentially, like, I mean, the present structure that we're in is a capitalist structure, and and in this structure itself, I mean, it depends on who owns what and who controls the means of production, to use a Marxist framework of talking. And in this framework, we have to deal with what we call in Marxism a superstructure and a base, wherein the base is controlled by the capitalist, the ruling class, essentially, and they dominate how society will move.
Oh no, we lost.
CIA got him.
He's gonna. I'm sure he may come back here. I want to get Mikey in here, and then we let him finish.
Damn, the feds got him.
Of course,
they're quick with it. Yeah. Shoot. Well, I can speak to the article. It's legit wild. Like when I first read it, like I had to stand up and walk around because it's like I don't want to say it's unbelievable because I totally get it, but it's like Douglas Rushkoff, he's I guess he's a socialist, but he's kind of like a futurist writer. He's pretty knowledgeable about emergent technology, but also he's part of this collective called Team Human, which he also wrote a book about. But during this one consulting gig he got paid like way more, he says here, about half his annual professor salary for what he thought was just going to be an easy gig to talk about like Bitcoin and shit. But he ends up going into this closed room, and like 5 or so incredibly wealthy, ultra rich ruling class guys come in, and they start a bit of small talk, but then they ask what they really want to ask, which is, where do I go when the climate crisis hits the fan? New Zealand or Alaska? What do I do if my security force decides to revolt against me? Should I have them wear shock collars and then shock them to keep them in line, or will that only foment more unrest? Like what kind of defense system should I have in my luxury bunker, right? So I mean, you are right, Nick. Like I think they will be okay, but I also think that life will be considerably worse for everyone. But also they can't hide forever, right? People would be able to find out where those hidden places are. All you have to do is just stuff the vents with dog shit, and they would have to come out eventually, right?
There are a lot of right wingers who are super anti-immigration, and then they are against climate change at the same time. And I'm telling them, what do you think going to happen when northern sub-Saharan Africa, large areas in the Middle East, become inhabitable, and then you see millions of people that are forced to flee in a massive climate refugee crisis that is expected to be the largest refugee crisis of all time? Do you think millions and millions and millions of people that were displaced due to the West, as I said, it was the top 1%, the U.S. military, do you think they're going to be so happy just to be at the border and be denied entry? Things are going to get really interesting if we don't even come close to addressing this. And Mike, I'm going to get you back in here, but I do want to introduce Kieran. Thank you for joining us. We have a few conversations on Twitter. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Welcome to Revolutionary Blackout and the Anti-Imperialist Summit. I've been introducing everyone by giving them a chance to tell people how they got into politics, if they're doing any activism, and their general stance on imperialism and how it affects our world. So that's a good way to introduce you, Karen. Do you have anything to add and introduce yourself with?
Hi, thank you. I am on a few painkillers because I was at the dentist's earlier and had some work done, and I got pulled in by Zoya, but because I was saying that I was not going to be available. But hi, everybody. I think I know most of you, but we might not have seen each other on video before. But I'm Kieran Fatima, and I'm on, I'm in Canada, and I don't know. I got involved with a lot of the folks here through these Twitter spaces we were holding. But before then, uh, I was sort of a liberal, progressive type for a long time, for most of my life. And then it became where it became more and more obvious to me that the issue was deeper, that there were deeper issues. Now, I'm originally from Pakistan. I was born there and I lived there till I was 12. And then I lived in the US for a while and then I moved to Canada. So throughout that whole period, I really did. My politics evolved quite a bit. When I was younger, they weren't that great. My parents were kind of sort of apolitical, but sort of relatively liberal for their circle, for their crowd. And anyway, eventually I got really enthralled with Bernie Sanders and the sort of energy around the Bernie Sanders campaign. And it got me to really explore. It sort of gave me something that I was kind of getting to on my own anyway, slowly. But I think that it introduced me, and I was very active online on Twitter, and especially I got to know a lot of people who were socialists, like real socialists, who had been socialists for a long time. And I started to read, I started to listen to some podcasts and read some books about socialism, about Marxism. And slowly over time, I mean, there's a lot more to it, but after the first Bernie Sanders campaign in 2016 kind of crashed, let's say, into Hillary's hot sauce or whatever packaging. After that whole debacle, I couldn't continue to be whatever this sort of milquetoast little social democrat anymore. So I started to explore, I started to go deeper, and I started to talk to some of the people who I knew were actual socialists. And what really always resonated with me was anti-imperialism, because I'm from a country that has actually suffered and continues to be under the boot of imperialism, forever, but colonialism and imperialism. So I know the history of my region of the world, South Asia. And anyway, so that kind of, I connected the dots more, and eventually realized that I wanted to, that I was not just looking for Medicare for all and all that, which I think are great policies and need to be pursued for sure, but that wasn't enough. And I realized that all of that, a lot of what we want here in the West, those of us who live here, if all we want is a few more accommodations or a few more privileges for ourselves, we're really still part of the problem, because a lot of those things that come at the expense of the people in the global South, people like me, people like my family that are still there. So I wanted to kind of take a step back and take a broader look, which led me to Marxism, Leninism, and that's where we're at. That's where I am right now. So there's a lot more to it, but that's sort of the big picture.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have you here. We have about
thank you so much, Kieran, for joining and powering through. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. So we have about 22 minutes. We have a few people who are just now joining the panel now. So I want to introduce the next Zoe. I'm not too familiar. Zoe, do you want to give her a proper introduction? I think you're more familiar with KB. Can you introduce her?
Yes, so this is KB, another great friend from Spaces, extremely knowledgeable and powerful voice. KB served in the military and has a lot of insider knowledge about their corruption as well as their inefficiency. Like KB was telling me about how a certain type of airplane that would take China, I believe, like 2 years to build, takes America 15 years to build. So I just thought she could give us some insights on that.
All right, great. So we have about 20 minutes, but I'm glad you was able to join me. So I'm gonna ask you this question, KB, since you joined us. Thank you for joining us for this Anti-Imperialist Summit. I would love your perspective, especially considering Zoe said you came from the military, because we were talking about anti-imperialism and how imperialism affects our world as we know it. So I just want to get your background, like how you got to where you're at right now in politics, any organizing if you do that, and just general your political journey and your thoughts on imperialism, just so we can get your opinions while we got time here. We got audio. I can't hear you for some reason. Is it just me, guys? Can anyone on the panel hear? Okay.
I can't.
Just KB, just try to come log out and log back in. Try to leave because sometimes I fix it. Sometimes it happens randomly. So yeah, we're gonna do the introduction with KB. I know Brad. I know you want to respond now. We want to get Rick back in here as well. Fortunately, we got only 20 minutes left on this, but we are also me and Zoe. We're also doing a panel on Sunday, I believe, and maybe we can have a more robust conversation. I think we're doing a Marxism panel. Is that right, Zoya?
Yes.
Yeah. So we see. Hopefully I can give you guys a little more time. This is the finale of the day. Hopefully we get KB back in. While we wait for her, Brad, I want to get you in here. I think you said you had a response for
sure.
climate thing.
Maybe I'll save some of the Marxism nerds shit for Sunday then. I just curse on these things. I assume.
No, it's all good. I say worse all the time.
All right, cool. I should probably be more worried about my kids running around in the background, but I think that ship has sailed. Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember reading that article about the rich people and all their bunkers and stuff, and I think there's, especially when you look at that or you connect it to these Peter Thiel type people, Elon Musk, who Jeff Bezos, who think they're going to leave Earth on their little spaceships. It is one of the most just I come from a decent science background, and it's one of the most absurd conceits that any of that is remotely possible. The idea that any sort of space project is not dependent upon just layer after layer of complex systems, human technology, social arrangements, social relations of production, all of which sits upon a very basic basis of agriculture. And the idea that you could knock out agriculture and that entire thing will just come crashing down is probably my favorite just derangement that I see shared by otherwise educated people, STEM guys, in tech. I've talked to some very smart engineers who believe that, which is one of the most childish, ignorant things that anyone could ever believe. And it is very funny to see just the power of the ideological framing that can create people who are so just malformed in their application of their intelligence, where they can produce technology that is useful to capital while being completely incapable of just reasoning about the world in which, in the context in which they do that work. But so I think some of that applies to a slightly lesser extent to the bunker stuff. I think all these people, they have just this assumption that stuff's going to get bad, but nobody seems to understand that everything is commodities getting produced in factories from raw materials that are ripped out of the earth or are grown on farms. And I feel most people as an intentional product of our educational system, I just have absolutely no conception of just how much complexity there is. If you think about just going into a Walmart and you think about if you traced every product back to the primary commodities that it is comprised of, the sheer just network of all that it's so vast. Anyway, I just kind of find it very funny, some of the ideas that certain technologies will continue to exist if civilizational living collapses.
Yeah, I mean, how will the ruling class live if there's no working class for them to to produce all of their shit, including their food and everything they need to survive, right? And I think this is a great indication of how the ruling class can be smart, not intelligent, right? I think there's a really important distinction. And when we talk, speaking to your initial question, Nick, about what we view as kind of our primary political project, particularly as myself as an Asian settler in Hawaii, where Asian settler colonialism is a thing, and hopefully I've been really trying to get some Kanaka comrades to come to your next shows. Hopefully we can make that happen. I think one of them is even watching right now. So, but anyway, I think I think it's if we want to talk about real intelligence, let's talk about indigenous intelligence, right? Indigenous lifeways that have produced, the abundance and infused their intelligence and their labor into the land that was stolen from them, right? And all of the rewards that were reaped from it, that the ruling class takes credit for. that they didn't put any work into, right? All they put forward was capital. And if we want to talk about like what the future looks like, the future we need, you kind of offered up, the dark alternative, right? What we are up against is an eco-fascist barbarism, right? And the only viable alternative, it seems, is a decolonial eco-socialism. That's feminist, that is led by queer, Black, and Indigenous people, or else it'll be bullshit. because if we don't return the land to the stewardship of the people who are its historical protectors, then none of this is going to work, right? We can't science, Western science our way out of this alone. We need Indigenous science. We need to be in solidarity with Indigenous people, not just for our own self-preservation, but because it's the right thing to do. Especially as socialists, if we want to view things from a Marxist analytic, right? Theft of land and water and displacement of peoples, that is the greatest expropriation of wealth in world history, right? That is what primitive accumulation is all about.
Sorry, I just got here, so I just want to say, is that our average NATO abolisher? Is that you?
Yes.
Nice. Hello. I was
NATO. What was the name? NATO abolisher. What was the name?
Now he's gonna have to change it. that's what the private chat is for.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I tagged them on Twitter.
You put it on Twitter.
No, the NSA knows.
Maybe let's see if your mic works.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How you doing?
Okay. That was very
You said you're
dramatic.
going
I'm
to
sorry for my
expose the
technology.
military. They cut your mic.
Say that again.
As soon as you said you're going to expose the military, they cut your mic. So
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
all
for sure.
their secrets.
Yeah, my my FBI case handlers watching. Maybe my CIA one is.
Oh, they're
like
all
in the
watching. All
wings
of ours
too.
handlers are watching.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so hey y'all, my name is KB. My pronouns are they them. And yeah, I don't even know where to start with my political journey. I'll just say for brevity, I came from a conservative fundamentalist Christian background. So grew up watching like Fox News and all that. Moved into libertarianism when, I guess I threw away God. I'll say it like that. Which was like a very, I don't know, like reactionary period of my life to be a Black libertarian, I think. And then I don't even know what like the triggering event, I guess, would be for me that like made me more aware of like capitalism and stuff like that. But I eventually like became an anti-capitalist right before going into the military. And then from there, like being in the military, like I always say on these spaces that the point of boot camp is to like break you down so that they can like indoctrinate you. So, because a lot of the folks that are enlisted, that are joining, come from like very small towns where, they're like trying to escape, or they come from predominantly, oppressed nationality backgrounds, meaning like Black and brown. So the military is used as a way out. And in boot camp, they physically beat you down and break you down so that they can build you up with all the values of the military, right? Which is just like a bunch of bullshit. So like, I don't know. I don't think that process didn't really work on me because I was like already like hip to the game in terms of just like knowing that this is like a indoctrination process, and that like none of this shit is really real. So yeah, from there, I'm just sorry. I'm trying to think of like
no worries, no
my
worries.
military career because like I honestly blocked a lot of shit out. But yeah, so I was a intelligence analyst in the military, which like I don't even know how I got there. I didn't know what intelligence was before I joined. Like I was 20 years old. I had literally never even heard of intelligence. But like from my experience there, I thought that it was like I thought intel itself was very circular in terms of we don't know where the information is coming from. I'll say it like that. But we're told that it's authentic, essentially, and that like this is legit. But I mean, it's all shaped by, like American interests and American biases and stuff like that. So sorry, I'm petering out, y'all. Like,
It's okay. That's okay. I want to get an opportunity to get Rick in here as well. I know you got cut out a little bit. I know the technology is very strange as we see. So we were defining the U.S. empire and the impact that imperialism has, and I want to give you an opportunity to sum up your thoughts that you was given earlier and on that topic, because I'm gonna try and give I'm gonna try to get Karen back in here as well, because I want to give you a little bit more time to speak, and I'll pass it back to KB. Maybe we get. I regret that we ran out of time. For bad, but it go by
all
so
good, bro.
fast. Maybe we can get you back. Maybe when you guys get you guys back in on Sunday. But let's get Rick in here, and then let's go Karen, and then we see where we at time after that.
Yeah, so essentially what I was trying to say is that, the structure of capitalism keeps us poor, and in the structure that we exist in, there is an imperialist system that oppresses not only its own countrymen, but also it has its arms and tentacles all over the world and exports capital rather than export and import of commodities, essentially, that helps build the means of production of other countries. And we can see that in Dallas as well, that the police department, it's an extremely bloated police department, which has $500 million in its police budget. uh, Unrequited, unbelievable amount. The police officers go and train over in Israel with the IDF, and they come back here and they kill the oppressed nationality people, the black and brown people. This is unconscionable. This is unbelievable. This is just a systemic nature of how imperialism extends into the world, and then brings back the worst of its kind in on its people as well, through the usage of the police, through the usage of the US military, and the destruction of not only society within the US, but also across the world as well. And in doing so, we know that the US military is the greatest polluter in in world history. It's the largest organization that does it, and that's what is, you know and that we can see that it does this because it's such a large organization. And most of the funding comes from the US government, in which other sections of society remain as underdeveloped as it is. But you have extreme funding towards and development of companies and missile companies like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin and all of these other countries that go and bomb, even as we see today, provide provision of arms, etc., to the Ukraine, etc. And that's what imperialism generally, exists in, this structure, this base of the capitalist class. But what I want to end with is on a positive note, that imperialism can be defeated. And historically it has been defeated. um, Today it's an important date, because um, today is when the fall of Saigon happened, and the official reunification of Vietnam happened. The removal of troops from through the helicopters in Saigon, the victory of the North Vietnamese, the victory of Von Yun Giap and the Vietnamese army, a dedicated force that remove U.S. Power through collective action, to the sheer belief in themselves, did this. And in 11 days' time, it will be Victory Day in Russia, the defeat of the Nazi army in 1945. So it is possible, my friends. We can and will fight for a better tomorrow. A better world is possible, and that's
Yeah.
what I will leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you. And the thing is, this could have easily been a 2-hour panel. Unfortunately, I really do gotta get out here soon. I do want to get Karen in here, for any final thoughts like regarding fighting the U.S. empire, where they can find you. Maybe I can do a quick final shout out for each one of you guys. But Karen, any last thoughts? I want to get you in here one more time since you joined later. Anything regarding what Rick said, how we fight imperialism, and the role of the U.S. empire on our daily lives. So very broad topic, but I want to give you the last thought to give you one more word before you wrap up.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge topic. I do talk about it a lot. I have my show on Red Life Planet. I'm also starting a magazine for people who are socialists and anti-imperialists, for stories, poetry, artwork, because I want to focus on creative ways of expressing exactly that thought about imperialism and living under imperialism and fighting imperialism. Imperialism is, it's a broad topic, but it really comes down to when a country, the elite or the ruling class of one country, um, become rich at the expense of other countries. Like, that's really what it comes down to. Now, there are, more technical definitions of it that I'm sure you can read. Many of us know, have read Lenin, and for example, but really that's what it comes down to. It's not just when a country like invades another country. That's not it, because there could be other reasons for that invasion. It's not just when there's a war. It's not just when one country trades with another country, It's when one country's elites rely on other countries being poor for them to be rich. And in this, for example, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, George Soros, Jeff Bezos, these people and many others, the old money, the DuPonts and the Carnegies and all of those people, they rely on Haiti and Pakistan and Bangladesh and Peru and Colombia and Cambodia being poor, and all of Africa almost. They rely on these countries remaining poor because their resources have to be stolen by the mining companies that are based in Canada, for example. So Canada has a huge amount of mining companies, and the wealthiest people who own the biggest shares in those mining companies, they need those countries to be poor. Because if Ghana, the country of Ghana, where Canada has a lot of mining interests, if the people of Ghana started becoming aware, educated, and started demanding their own rights, demanding equal pay, demanding livable wages or health care, then that'll cut into the profits of the wealthy billionaires who are mostly Canadian, American, British, European, whatever. And for them to stay rich, the people of Ghana must stay poor. That's imperialism. And that is actually what the reason for that is that the military, for example, the military industrial complex, which KB and others have referred to, that actually serves that imperialism. The military is there to be the goons of those corporations for those mining interests and oil companies and all that. The military, the U.S. military, has over 800 foreign military bases in almost every country, like 150 countries in the world. Why is that? They're there to ensure that the business interests of the United States and its allies, the imperialists, they're there as a pressure, a force, literally a force to continue to keep those countries under the boot of imperialism. But that doesn't help the people in the US either. That doesn't help the people in Canada. For example, the US spends $1 trillion now in military budget. That money could be going to people in America, right? Canada's military budget is going up by $8 billion this year. So all of that money is not even going to us, the people who live in these imperialist countries, right? The average working class people. We don't actually see that. It's the elites that benefit from it. So it is actually in our interest to actually be anti-imperialist. Just because we live in these countries doesn't mean that it's in our interest for imperialism to continue. That's my point. So it is really about, it's about defunding imperialism. And that is the only way we're going to have a future. So in order to fund our future, we need to defund imperialism. Thanks.
And I explain to people all the time that the military industrial complex is siphoning money from our community. So I really wish we had more time. I definitely gotta have you guys in our call-in sessions, but I really do gotta wrap up. So I appreciate you guys. We have a few more panels we have on Sunday, so maybe Zoya, we can see if we can get you in on one of those. So I appreciate you guys joining us. And I appreciate you guys for watching the Anti-Imperialist Summit. We will be back tomorrow. I think the first panel is at 1 p.m. Eastern. Sabby Sabs is hosting a panel discussing Ethiopia. And so that should be a great one. Then we have our panel discussing media bias and how they are pro-war. So we still got a lot to talk about this weekend. So stay tuned. And thank you guys for tuning in to Social Cinema. We sign out. Have a great night, guys.